Excellent. Bring up the live scene. Hello. Let's adjust this camera just a little bit. I've got dialed up a bit for you if I can figure out how to look directly at the camera. I have been saving for you the very best books from Skyrim. There are so many books in the game that even though I already did a 9-hour version of this previously, and have a series of ones that I read during the stream that are clipped for you. The only repeats I'm doing for you are the first half of the Poison Song series, because I discovered after my 9-hour stream that there are 4 more volumes of that magnificent series. You are really gonna love it. Do I have a notification? Normally I have a notification before now. There we go. Oof. I was worried for a moment. There. I gotta keep the stream playing on my phone so that I can know if the stream crashes for some reason, because that's unfortunately happened to me a couple times. But there's quests. It's been a bit since I've been in Skyrim with the controller. My apologies. Items. Yes. Books. Here you can see how much I've got saved for you. It's a lot. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. Alright. We have The Poison Song, Book 1. By Briston Zell. I don't know if that's their real in-life name, but this is an amazing author. I love him so much. It was beginning again. Even though everything seemed serene, the last embers crackling in the hearth, young servant girl and her child slumbering in a chair by the door, a tapestry half finished against the wall, waiting to be completed tomorrow, one of the moons visible through a milky cloud outside the window, a lone bird out of sight in the rafters, cooing placidly. Tay heard the first chords of the song strike dissonantly somewhere far away. The bird in the rafters croaked and took flight through the window. The baby in the girl's arms woke and began to scream. The song swelled in intensity, yet still remained subtle and stately in tempo. The movement of everything seemed to take on the rhythm of the music, as if strange choreography had been staged. The girl rising to the window, the clouds reflecting back red from the inferno below, her scream all muted, consumed by the song. Everything that came thereafter, Tay had seen so many times. It had almost ceased to be a nightmare. He did not remember anything of his life before coming to the Isle of Gorn, but he understood that there was something different in his past that set him apart from his cousins. It wasn't simply that his parents were dead. His cousin Bainara's parents had also died in the war. Nor were the other housemen on Gorn or nearby Mournhold unusually cruel to him. They treated him with the same polite indifference that any Indoril has for every other 8-year-old boy that got underfoot. But somehow, with absolute certainty, Tay knew he was alone, different, because of a song he always heard and his nightmares. "You're certainly imaginative," his Aunt Ulaya would smile patiently, before waving him away so she could return to her scriptures and chores. "Different? Everyone in the world thinks they're different. That's what makes it such a common sentiment," said his older cousin Calcorith, who was studying to be a temple priest and had a firm grasp on paradoxes. "If you tell anyone else that you keep hearing music where there is no music to be heard, they'll call you mad and bury you in the shrine of Sheogorath," his Uncle Triffith would snarl, before striding away to attend his business. Only his nursemaid, Ediba, would listen to him seriously and just nod with a faint look of pride, but she would never say another word. His cousin and chief playmate Bainara was by far the least interested in the stories of his song and his dreams. "How tiresome you are with all this, Tay," said Bainara. After luncheon, the summer of his 8th year, she, and a younger cousin, Vaster, walked into a clearing in the midst of flowering trees. The grass was very low, barely up to their ankles, and there were big black piles of leaves from the previous autumn. "Now, shall we get back to it? What shall we play?" Tay thought for a moment. "We could play the Siege of Orsinium." "What's that?" asked Vaster, their constant companion, 3 years their junior. Orsinium was the home of the orcs, oft in the Rothgarian mountains. For hundreds of years it kept growing bigger and bigger and bigger. The orcs would come down out of the mountains and rape and pillage all over High Rock, and then King Joile of Daggerfall and Gaiden Sinji of the Order of Daigna, and someone else, I forget, from the Sentinel, all joined together against Orsinium. For 30 years they fought and fought. Orsinium had walls made out of iron, and try as they might, they couldn't break through. "So what happened?" asked Bainara. "You're so good at making up things that never happened. Why don't you make it up?" So they did. Tay was the king of the orcs, perched up on a tree they called Orsinium. Bainara and Vaster played King Joily and Gaiden Sinji, and they threw pebbles and sticks up at Tay while he taunted them in his most guttural voice. The three decided that the goddess Kinnereth, played by Bainara in a dual role, answered the prayers of Gaiden Sinji and drenched Orsinium in a torrent of rain. The walls rusted and dissolved. On cue, Tay obligingly fell from the tree and let King Joily and Gaiden Sinji mangle him with their enchanted blades. For the most of that summer, the year 675 of the First Era, Tay was nearly insensible by the power of the sun. There were no clouds, but it rained most every night, So the vegetation on the island of Gorn was bewilderingly lush. The stones themselves seemed to glow with sunlight, and the ditches burned with white meadowsweet and parsley down. All around him were soft smells of flower and tree, untroubled by wind. The foliage was purple-green, blue-green, ash-green, white-green. The wide cupolas, twisting cobbled streets, and thatched roofs of the little village of Gorn, and massive bleached rock of Sandil House were all magical to him. Yet the dreams haunted his nights, and the song continued whether he was awake or not. Against Aunt Ulaya's admonishments, Tay, Bainara, and Vaster had breakfast outdoors every morning with the servants. Ulaya would hold an interior breakfast for herself and any visiting dignitaries. Guests were rare, so she often ate alone. At first the servants would dine in silence, attempting gentility, but they broke down and would regale the children with gossip, reports, stories, and rumors. Poor Arniel is laid up with fever again. I'm telling you, they're cursed, the whole lot of 'em. Piss on the fairy and they will piss right back on you. Doesn't little Miss Starcia look, just a wee bit tight around the belly region lately? She's not. The only servant who didn't speak at all was Tay's nursemaid, Ediba. She wasn't pretty like the other maids, but the scars on her face did not deform her. Her poorly set, broken nose and her short hair gave her a certain alien mystique. She would merely quietly smile at the gossip and look at Tay with almost frightening love and devotion. One day, after breakfast, Bainara whispered to Tay and Vaster, "We have to go to the hills on the other side of the island." She had used such imperatives before and always had something wonderful to show. A waterfall tucked away behind ferns and tall rocks, a sunny grove of figs, a discreet still some peasants had set up, a sickly oak twisted into a kneeling human figure, a collapsed stone wall that they imagined was thousands of years old, the last refuge of a doomed princess they named Marilla. The three walked across through the forest until they came to a clearing. A few 100 feet beyond, the meadow sank to a dry creek bed, filled with small, smooth stones. They followed that into the dark woods where trees canopied high over their heads. Sporadic red and yellow blossoms burst along the moist underbrush, but they had become rarer and rarer as the children marched on under the umbrageous oaks and elms. The air crackled with birds ticking a staccato choral piece, a minor chord of the song. "Where are we going?" asked Tay. "It's not where we're going, it's what we're going to see," replied Bainara. The forest surrounded the three children completely, bathed them in its tenebrous hues, and breathed on them with wet chirrups and sighs. It was easy for them to imagine that they were within a monster, walking along its twisted spine of stones. Bainara scrambled up the steep hill and peered through the thick mass of shrub and tree. Tay lifted Vaster out of the creek bed and climbed out, gripping soft grass for support. There was no path through the forest here. Brambles and low-hanging branches struck at them like the claws of chained beasts. The cries of the birds became ever more stentorious, as if angered at the invasion. One limb drew blood on Vaster's cheek, but he didn't cry out. Even Bainara, who could pass like an ethereal creature through impenetrable forests, had a braid catch on a bramble, ruining the intricate pattern a servant had woven hours before. She paused to pull out the other braid, so her brightly unruly tresses fell freely behind her. Now she was something wild, a nymph guiding the other two through her woodland domain. The song began to beat like a wild pulse. They were on a shelf of stone below a cliff overlooking a tremendous gorge, staring over an expanse of cinder. It looked like the scene of a tremendous battle, a holocaust of fire. Charred boxes, weaponry, animal bones, and detritus too annihilated to be identifiable, littered the ground. Speechless, Tay and Vaster stepped into the black field. Bainara smiled, proud that she had finally found something of true wonder and mystery. "What is this place?" asked Vaster at last. "I don't know," Bainara shrugged. "I thought at first that it was some kind of ruin, but now I think it's a junk pile. Just not like any junk pile I've ever seen. Just look at this stuff." The three began an unorganized survey of the dusty mounds of refuse. Bainara found a twisted sword only lightly blackened by flame, and began polishing it to read the inscriptions on the blade. Vaster amused himself by breaking brittle boxes with his hands and feet, imagining himself a giant of unbelievable strength. A battered shield attracted Tay. There was something about it that reverberated with the sound of the song. He pulled it out and wiped its surface clean. "I've never seen that crest before," said Bainara, looking over Tay's shoulder. "I think I have, but I don't remember," Tay whispered, trying to conjure the memory from his dreams. He was sure he had seen it there. "Look at this," Vaster cried, interrupting Tay's thoughts. The boy was holding up a crystal orb. As his hand moved over the surface, brushing away grit and dust, a key in the song rose which sent a shiver through Tay's entire body. Bainara ran over to look at Vaster's treasure, but Tay felt paralyzed. "Where did you find that?" she gasped, gazing into the swirl beneath the crystal surface. "Over in that wagon." Vaster gestured toward a heap of blackened wood, barely discernible from the other piles, but for its cart spokes. Bainara began digging into the half-collapsed structure, so only her feet could be seen. The song built in potency, sweeping over Tay. He began walking toward Vaster slowly. "Give me that," he whispered, in a voice he could barely recognize as his own. "No," Vaster whispered back, his eyes locked on the colors reflected in the heart of the globe. "It's mine." Bainara dug through the remains of the wagon for several more minutes, but she could find no treasures like Vaster's. Most everything within was destroyed, and what remained was commonplace by any standards. Broken arrows, armor shards, guar bones. Frustrated, she pulled herself out into the sunlight. Tay was alone at the edge of the great gorge. "Where's Vaster?" Tay blinked and then turned back to his cousin with a shrug and a grin. "He went back to show everyone his new plunder. Did you find anything interesting?" "Not really," said Baynara. "We probably ought to get back home before Vaster tells them anything that'll get us in trouble." Tay and Baynara started the walk back at a quick pace. Tay knew that Vaster would not be there when they got back. He would never be returning home again. The crystal globe rested snugly in Tay's satchel, hidden under a pile of junk he had picked up. With all his heart, he prayed for the song to return and drown out the memory of the gorge and the long, silent fall down. The boy had been so surprised he hadn't even time to scream. And thus concludes Book 1. I was going to show you before I started the lovely view. I'm in the balcony of my alchemist field lab, which is levitating above Solitude, giving us the view of the blue palace over the water. Let's have some tea before Book 2. I've just started and I'm already losing my voice. Ooh, game's running slow. There we go. The Poison Song, Book 2. Tay felt no guilt, which frightened him. All through the long, fast walk away from the gorge, through the woods, across the dry creek bed, he chatted merrily with Baynara, fully aware that he had just committed murder. Whenever his mind strayed from the conversation, and he thought back on the last moments of Vaster's short life, the song would soar. He could not think of the boy's death, but Tay knew he was responsible. "You're a mess," cried Aunt Ulaya the moment she saw the two children emerging from the woods onto the grounds of Sandal House. "Where have you been?" Sorry, forgot to give Ginger Snap her treats. She was asking during the first book forum. "Didn't Vaster already tell you?" asked Tay. The scene played itself out as Tay knew it would. Every dancer in the song performing their steps as choreographed. Aunt Ulaya saying that she had not seen Vaster. Baynara, not yet frightened, making up an innocent lie about the threesome not having strayed far, saying he must have gotten lost. A slow but steady rhythm of panic, intensifying as night began to fall, and Vaster had not yet returned. Baynara and Tay tearfully. He was surprised how easy it was for him to cry without feeling, admitting where they had been, and leading Uncle Triffith and the crowd of servants to the junk pile and gorge. The tireless search through the woods as night turned to dawn, the weeping, the light punishment, merely cries of anger that Bainara and Tay suffered for losing their young cousin. It was thought, from their stricken expressions, that the children felt guilty enough. They were sent to bed at dawn while the hunt through the woods continued. Tay was drifting to sleep when his nursemaid, Ediba, came into his room. The look of unwavering love and devotion had not left her eyes, and he sank gratefully into his dreams and nightmares with her holding his hand. The song wafted almost imperceptibly through his consciousness as he again had the vision of the room in the castle, the girl and her baby, the bird in the rafters, the dying fire, the sudden explosive violence. Breathless, Tay opened his eyes. Ediba was stealing out the door, softly humming the song to herself. In her hand was the crystal globe from his satchel. For a moment he hesitated, about to cry out. How did she know the song? Was she aware that he had murdered another boy to get the globe? Somehow he knew that she was helping him, that she knew all and loved him and sought only to protect him. The next day, and the next week, and the next month were all the same. No one spoke very much, and when they did, it was to suggest new places to look for the missing boy. Everywhere had been searched thoroughly. Tay was curious why they never looked in the gorge, but he understood how inaccessible it was. A side effect of Vaster's absence was that the tutorial lessons with Kenna Gaffrisi took on a more serious, even academic quality. The younger boy's high spirits and meager attentiveness had always cut the lessons short, but sensible Bainara and quiet Tay were ideal pupils. He was particularly impressed by how focused they became during a rather dry history lecture about the heraldic symbols of the houses of Morrowind. The crest of the Halau features a scale, he sniffed disdainfully. They see themselves as the great compromisers, as if that were something honorable. Many hundreds of years ago, they were the tribesmen following Rezdain who chose. Pardon me, Kenna, asked Bainara, but what is the crest with the insect on it? You don't know House Redoran? Asked the tutor, lifting up one of the shields. I know you have a sheltered life on Gorn, but you're surely old enough to recognize. Not that one, Kenna, replied Tay. I think she means the other crest with an insect. I see, nodded Kenna Gaffrisi, brow furrowed. Yes, you would have been too young to have ever seen the crest of the 6th house, the house of Dagoth, our enemies together with the accursed heretical Dwemer in the War of the Red Mountain, now totally destroyed, thanks be to the Lord, Mother, and Wizard. That house was a curse on our land for millennia, and when at last their pestilence was snuffed out, the very earth itself breathed a cloud of fire and ash in relief, bringing night to day for over a year's time. Baynara and Te knew they could not speak, but they exchanged knowing glances at one another as the tutor enlarged on the theme of the great wickedness of the Dwemer and the House Dagoth. As soon as the lesson ended, they walked silently out of the Sandal House until they were far from all ears and eyes. The afternoon sun stretched out the shadows of the spear-like trees surrounding the meadow. Off in the distance, they could hear the sounds of the workers beginning their preparations for the autumn-tide harvest, yelling to one another unintelligibly in coarse and familiar accents. That was definitely the symbol on that shield you found at the garbage heap, Baynara said at last. Everything there must be a remnant of the House Dagoth. Te nodded. His mind was on the strange crystal globe. He felt a light vibration of soundless music touch his body, and he knew he was discovering a new cadence of the song. Why would our people have burned and discarded all that? He asked thoughtfully. Do you think that the House Dagoth was so evil that everything associated with them been cursed? Baynara laughed. At the height of day, all talk of curses and the evil sixth house were pure supposition, something to add romance to one's life, but nothing to worry about. The two children walked back to the castle for yet another in a series of cold, quiet dinners. As the night fell, Baynara looked through the treasures she had picked up in the junk heap. By the light of the moons, the small jars, the torque with orange gemstones, the bits of tarnished silver and gold of no obvious purpose, all took on a sinister aspect. Revulsion overtook her feeling of admiration instantly. There was a strange energy to them, a tincture of death and corruption that was undeniable. Baynara ran to the window and vomited. Looking out to the dark, open lawn below, she saw a figure below lighting an arrangement of candles in the shape of a large insect, the symbol of the House Dagoth. When it looked in her direction, she pulled back, but she saw the face illuminated by the tallows. It was Ediba, Te's nursemaid. The next morning, Baynara left the castle grounds early, bearing a large sack filled with her treasures. She carried them to the dumping ground and left them there. Then she returned and told her uncle Triffith what she had seen the night before, leaving out only what had made her sick in the first place. Ediba was banished from the Isle of Dorn without discussion. She wept, begging to be allowed to say goodbye to Te, but all believed that would be too dangerous. When Te asked what had become of her, he was told she had to return to her family on the mainland. He had grown too old for a nursemaid. Baynara never told him what she knew, for she was afraid. Let's clean the glasses. I'm going to take a short break in between each book, because 11 hours of reading is a lot. Hmm. I like... Oh, you can't quite see because I'm covering it up. Oh, here we go. Oh, of course it left the nest as soon as I turned the view. But the hawk was nesting in its little nest there, and it was very cute. Maybe I could... No, that tower's in the way there. So adjust our view just a bit. There. Now you'll be able to see if it lands in the nest again. That was so cute. The Poison Song, Book 3. Tay was 18 in the year 685 of the First Era when he first saw Mournhold, the city of spires, home of the goddess. His cousin, Calcarith, already a senior initiate in the temple, gave him a couple rooms on the ground floor of the house he had purchased. They were small and unfurnished, but bittergreen grew outside the windows, and when the wind blew, they filled his bedroom with a lovely, spicy air. The chords of the song did not trouble him anymore. Sometimes he was even unconscious to it. So low and melodic it had become. Occasionally, when he was passing through the streets on the way to the temple for his instruction, someone would pass him, and the song would rise in intensity before falling away again. Whatever was different about those people, Tay never tried to ascertain. He remembered the last time he had let the song lead him, and called for him to murder his young cousin Vaster. The memory did not trouble him unduly, but he did not want to hurt anyone again unless he had to. House couriers regularly brought Tay letters from Bainara, still back in Sandil House on the island of Gorn. She might have gone to study at the temple. She was certainly intelligent enough, but she chose not to. In a year or two at most, she would have to leave and assume her place in House Indoril, but she was not in a hurry. Tay welcomed the trivial, gossipy news the letters brought, and responded back with news of his own studies and romances. In his third month in Mournhold, he already met a girl. She was also a student at the temple, and her name was Akra. Tay wrote enthusiastically about her to Bainara, describing her as having the mind of Sothasil, the wit of Vivek, and the beauty of Alamexia. Bainara replied back merrily that if she had known how blasphemous students of the temple were allowed to be, she might have become an initiate herself. "You are very devoted to your cousin," Akra laughed when Tay showed her the letter. "Am I looking at the last remains of a thwarted romance?" "Good night, Mom." "She's lovely, but I never thought of her in that way," Tay scoffed. "Incest never particularly interested me." "Is she a very close cousin, then?" Tay thought for a moment. "I don't know. Truthfully, no one spoke much of either her parents or mine. So I really don't know how we were connected. They were casualties of the War of the Red Mountain. That I know. And it seemed to cast rather a pall on the adult's humor whenever we asked about her parents or mine. After a while, we stopped asking. But you're an Indoril too. Perhaps you're a closer cousin to me than Benara. Perhaps so, Akra smiled, rising from her chair. She uncoiled her hair, which had been pulled up in the formal arrangement reserved for well-born priestesses. As Tay watched transfigured, she removed the small brooch that fastened her robe to her shoulder cape. The soft, silken fabric slipped down slowly, exposing her dark, slender body to him for the first time. If we are, does incest particularly interest you now? As they made love, the song began a slow, rhythmic ascension in Tay's head. The vision of Akra before him darkened and was replaced by images from his nightmares, before returning again. When finally he collapsed, spent, the room seemed filled with the fiery red clouds of his dream, and the scream of the woman and her child facing death echoed in his head. He opened his eyes, and there was Akra smiling at him. Tay kissed her, grateful to have her in his arms. For the next 2 weeks, Tay and Akra were never far apart. Even when they were at study in opposite wings of the temple, Tay thought of her and somehow knew she was thinking of him. They would rush to be together afterwards, ravishing one another in his rooms every night, and in a private corner of the temple garden every day. It was while Tay was rushing to see his beloved one afternoon that the song rose up in powerful, strident tones at the approach of an old, ragged woman. He closed his eyes and tried to quiet it, but when he looked again at her purchasing corkball papyrus from a street vendor, he knew who she was, his old nursemaid from Gorn, Ediba, she who had abandoned him without even a farewell to join her family on the mainland. She didn't see him, and as she passed down the street, Tay turned and began to follow. They walked through shadowy passageways into the very poorest part of the city, a quarter which was as alien to him as the wildest principality of Akavir. She unlocked a small wooden door on a street without a name, and he finally called out her name. She didn't turn, but when he followed, he found that the door had been left ajar. The chamber was murky and damp like a cave. She stood facing him, her face even more wrinkled than he had remembered it, etched with lines of sorrow. He closed the door behind him, and she took his hand and kissed it. "You are so tall and strong," Ediba said, beginning to weep. "I should have killed myself before I let them take me away from you." "How is your family?" Tay asked coldly. "You are my only family," she whispered. "The Indoril pigs forced me to leave, thrusting their blades in my face when they discovered that I serve you and your family, not them. That bitch girl Benara saw me at prayer of morning. You are speaking like a madwoman, Tay sneered. How could you love me and my family, but hate the house Indoril? I am of the house Indoril. You are old enough to know the truth, Ediba said fiercely. Tay had bitterly joked about her madness, but he saw something close to it burning in her ancient eyes. You were not born of House Indoril. They brought you into their house after the war, like they and the other houses brought in all the orphans. It was the only way they saw to erase history and remove all traces of their enemies, by raising their enemies as one of them. Tay turned toward the door. I can see why you were taken away from Gorn, old woman. You are delusional. Wait, Ediba cried, rushing to a musty cabinet. She retrieved from it a glass globe that shimmered with a spectrum of color, even in the chamber's gloom. Do you remember this? You slew that little boy Vaster because he possessed it, and I took it from your room because you were not ready to face the facts of your inheritance and responsibility then. Did you not wonder why this bauble drew you so? Tay gasped, and though he did not want to, he said, I hear a song sometimes. That is the song of your ancestors, of your true family, she said, nodding. You must not fight it, for it is a song of destiny. It will lead you to do what must be done. Shut up, Tay howled. Everything you say is a lie. You're insane. Ediba threw the globe to the ground with all her might, shattering it with a deafening retort. The shards melted into the air. All that was left was a small silver ring, simply wrought with a flat crown. The old woman quietly picked it up and handed it to him, while he stood with his back against the door, trembling. This is your inheritance as the bearer of the 6th house. The ring's crown was meant for stamping and sealing official house proclamations. Tay had seen his uncle Triffith's similar ring, crested with the wing, which was the seal of House Indoril. This ring was different, with an insect design which he remembered from the day when Kenna Gafrisi had taught the house heraldry to Bainara and him. It was the symbol of the accursed house Dagoth. The song took over all of Tay's senses. He heard its music, smelled its horror, tasted its sadness, felt its power, and the only thing he could see before him was the flames of its destruction. When he took the ring and placed it on his finger, his mind was not aware of what he was doing, nor was Tay aware of anything but the song when he removed his dagger from its sheath and thrust it into his old nursemaid's heart. Tay did not even hear her final words when Ediba fell bleeding to the ground and groaned with a blood-streaked smile. Thank you. When the veil of the song lifted, Tay did not realize at first he was no longer dreaming. Before him had been flames, the very ones that had destroyed the home of his birth, and flames were before him again, but they were flames from a fire he had struck outside the crumbling tenement that were already bursting through the walls, consuming the body of his old nursemaid. Tay fled through the streets as people began to call for the guards. Thus concludes Book 3. We've got 3 people watching. That is lovely. There it landed. That one didn't stay as long. Alright. Book 4. Akra sat by the hearth in Tay's room, reading her book by the fire. It concerned some minutiae of theosophy that she did not believe in, but nevertheless found morbidly compelling. When the door opened and she heard Tay enter, she finished the paragraph she was reading before looking up. "I've been here for hours, darling. If I knew you were going to be so late, I would have brought more books," she giggled. When she saw Tay's face and the state of his clothing, her manner lost all frivolity. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" "I've been to see my old childhood nursemaid, Ediba," he said in a strange voice. "It was a sudden change of plans. I hadn't realized she was in Mournhold." "I wish I had known where you were going," she said, rising from her chair. "I would have loved to meet her." "Well, it's too late now. I've killed her." Akra inhaled deeply, studying Tay's frozen face. She took his hands. "Perhaps you ought to tell me everything." Tay let his beloved lead him to the hearth, where he sat blinking at the fire. He looked down at the silver ring on his finger. "Before I killed her, she gave me this. It's the sealing ring of the house Dagoth. She told me I was the bearer of the inheritance, and the song I hear all the time in my head, the one that called me to kill another boy when I was young, and then Ediba herself, is the song of my ancestors." Tay fell silent. Akra knelt by his side, stroking his ringed hand. "Tell me more." "My tutor, Kenna Gafrisi, taught us that the house Dagoth was a curse on Morrowind. He said that when they were all destroyed at the end of the war, the very earth itself breathed in relief." Tay closed his eyes. "I can see the obliteration. I can even hear it in the song. Ediba told me that the 5 houses adopted the orphan children of Dagoth, raising them in their own traditions. I thought she was mad or a liar, but the real lie was all those years I thought my family was House Indoril." "What are you going to do?" Akra whispered. "Well, Ediba told me to follow the song to my destiny." Tay laughed bitterly. "But the song led me to kill her, So I don't know if she'd still give me that recommendation now. I know I need to leave Mournhold. Before I knew what I was doing, I set a fire in her tenement. The guards were called. I just don't know where I'd go. You have many friends to shield you if you prove yourself to be the new leader of the Return of the Sixth House. Akra kissed the ring. I will help you find them. Tay stared at her. Why would you help me? When you thought I was your cousin of the House Indaro, you did not mind having me, though it might well have been incestuous, Akra replied, meeting his eyes. I have heard the song too. It is not as strong with me as it was with you, but I never choose to ignore it. It taught me more than the ridiculous temple priests and priestesses ever could. I knew that my true name was Dagoth Ur, and I knew that I had a brother. No, Tay said through gritted teeth, you're lying. You are Dagoth Tython. Tay shoved Akra hard against the wall and ran from the room. As he fled through the hall, he heard the sound of Calcareth's footfall on the stairs behind him, a percussive instrument in the song that was raising in his heart and head. Cousin, the senior initiate was saying, have you heard about the fire? Tay unsheathed his dagger and turned, burying it to the hilt in Calcareth's throat. Cousin, he hissed, I am not your cousin. The streets of Mournhold were lit by the red glow of the tenement fire, spreading through the tight alleyways by a steady and intense gust of wind. It was as if Dagoth Ur himself was looming over the city, fanning the flames his heir had struck. A house guard, running toward the blaze, stopped at the sight of Tay, standing uncertainly, swaying before the front door of Calcareth's house, a bloodied blade in his hands. What have you done, Sergio? Tay ran for the forest, his cape whipping behind him by the force of the howling wind. The guard clamored after him, sword drawn. He had no need to investigate the house to see the murder. He knew. For hours, Tay raced through the wilderness, the song pushing him onward. The sound of his pursuer faded away. At last, the trees thinned, and he saw nothing before him but air and water. A cliff, 100-foot-long plunge into the inner sea. The song told him no. It pulled him north, sweetly promising a place to rest among friends. More than friends, people who would worship him as the heir of Dagoth. As he slowly walked toward the edge of the cliff, the song became more threatening, warning him not to seek to avoid his fate. There was no escape in death. Tay spat a curse upon his house and threw himself head first over the cliff. It was another glorious day on the Isle of Gorn, the first one in weeks that Bainara could truly enjoy. Uncle Triffith had important company, housemen from far away, and she had been required to attend every dinner, every meeting, every ceremony. As a child, she remembered she had hoped for some attention. Now nothing was more blissful than time away from her duties. There was only one thing she wanted to do that she had to do indoors, and that was writing a letter to her cousin. But that could wait until the evening, she told herself. After all, he had not written her in many days. It was the influence of that girl Akra. Not that she seemed disagreeable, but Bainara knew how one's first love can be all-consuming. At least she had read about it. As she walked idly through the wildflower meadow, Bainara was so distracted with her thoughts that she did not hear her maid Hilima calling. She was quite startled when she turned to see the young servant running up. "Sergio," she said breathlessly, "please come. Someone has washed up on the shore. It's your cousin, Sergio Induril Te." Plot twist. I'm taking breaks in between each book because 11 hours is going to be hard on my voice. That's why I picked the best view in all of Skyrim for you. Book 5. For 2 days, the house healers attended Te in his bed, and Bainara sat by his side, holding his hand. He was feverish, neither asleep nor awake, screaming at invisible phantoms. The healers complimented the young man's fortitude. Bodies had washed ashore on the island of Gorn several times, many during the war, but never once had they seen one that lived afterwards. Aunt Ulaya came in several times to bring Bainara food. "You must be careful, dear, or when he's all well, he'll have to attend you on your sickbed." Te's fever broke, and at last he was able to open his eyes and see the young woman with whom he had spent 17 years, all but the first year of his life. She smiled at him and called for food. In silence, she helped him eat. "I knew you wouldn't die, cousin," she whispered fondly. "I hoped to, but somehow I knew I wouldn't either," he groaned. "Bainara, do you remember all those nightmares I told you about? They're all true. We can talk about it when you've rested some more." "No," he croaked. "I must tell you everything now, so you'll know what kind of a monster you call your dear cousin Te. If there was some way you could have known before, you might not have been so eager to see me well again." A tear rolled Bainara's cheek. It should have said a tear rolled down Bainara's cheek. She had grown into a beauty, even in the few months he had been away in Mournhold. "How can you think I would stop loving you, no matter what you've done?" "I saw my old nursemaid Ediba and spoke to her." Oh, Bainara had feared this moment. "Te, I don't know what she told you, but it was all my fault. You remember when Kenna Grafisi taught us about the House Dagoth and its corruption? That night I saw your nursemaid making some kind of altar out on the north lawn, using the symbol of the sixth house. She must have been doing it for years, but I never knew what it meant. I told Uncle Triffith, and he sent her away. I've wanted to tell you so many times now, but I was afraid to. She was so devoted to you. Tay smiled. And didn't it frighten you even more to wonder if there was any connection between her devotion to me and her devotion to the accursed house? I know you, Bainara. You're not one of those women who doesn't choose to use her mind. Tay, I don't know what she told you, but I think she was very troubled, and whatever she thought about you and the sixth house was wrong. You have to remember that. The ramblings of one mad woman are proof of nothing. There's more, Tay sighed, and held up his hand. For a moment he blinked, then turned to Bainara angrily. What happened to my ring? If you saw it, you must have known already that everything I'm saying to you is true. I threw that filthy thing away. Bainara stood up. Tay, I'm going to let you rest now. I'm the heir to House Dagoth. Tay was wild-eyed, almost screaming, raised after the war as House Induril, but driven by the song of my ancestors. When we were young, I killed Vaster because the song told me he had stolen my inheritance. When Ediba told me who I was and gave me this ring, I killed her and burned her house to the ground because the song told me she had served her purpose. When I returned to Calcarith's house, my love was there, telling me that she was of the house Dagoth too, and my sister. I fled, and when Calcarith tried to stop me, I slew him, because the song told me he was an enemy. Tay, stop, Bainara sobbed. I don't believe a word of it. You've been feverish. Not Tay. He shook his head, breathing heavily. The name my parents gave me was Dagoth Tython. You can't have killed Ediba. You loved her. And Vaster and Calcarith? They were our cousins. They were not my true cousins, Tay said coldly. The song told me they were my foes, just as it's telling me now that you're my foe, but I won't listen, and I'll keep from listening as long as I can. Bainara fled from the room, slamming the door behind her. She took a key from her startled maid Hilima and secured the lock. Sergio Induril Bainara, Hilima whispered with great sympathy. Is all well with your cousin, Sergio Induril Tay? He'll be perfectly fine once he rests. Bainara recovered her dignity, wiping the tears from her face. No one is to disturb him under any circumstances. I'll take the key with me. Now I have much work to do. I don't suppose anyone's spoken to the fishermen about restocking Sandal House's supplies? I don't know, Sergio, said the maid. I don't think so. Bainara marched down to the docks and relieved her troubled heart the only way she knew how, by concentrating on small things. Tay's words never left her, but she found temporary comfort talking to the fishermen about their haul, helping determine how much should be smoked, how much should be sent to the village, how much should be delivered fresh to the house larder. Her aunt Ulaya joined the discussion, oblivious to Baynara's well-disguised agony. Together they discussed how many provisions Uncle Triffith and his commanders had devoured during their weeks on the island, when they would be expected to return, and how best to prepare. One of the fishermen on the docks called out, interrupting, "A boat is coming!" Ulaya and Baynara greeted the visitor as she arrived. It was a young woman dressed in the robes of a temple priestess. As she docked her small boat, Baynara marveled at how beautiful she was, and strangely familiar. "Welcome to Gorn," said Baynara. "I'm Induril Baynara, and this is my aunt Induril Ulaya. Have we met before?" "I don't believe so, Sergio," the woman bowed. "I was sent by the temple to inquire whether word had come from your cousin Induril Tay. He has been missing from his classes for some days now, and the priests have become concerned." "Oh, we should have sent word," Ulaya fretted. "He came here a few days ago, half drowned. He's better now. Let us escort you up to the house." "Tay is resting now, and I asked that he not be disturbed," Baynara stammered. "Actually, I know it's dreadful manners, but I need to talk to my aunt for a moment. Would it be too terrible if I asked you to wait for us at the house? Ye have only to follow the path up the hill and across the lawn." The priestess bowed again humbly and began the walk. Ulaya was scandalized. "You know better than to treat a representative of the temple that way," she snapped. "You can't be so exhausted from tending your cousin to have lost all sense of civility." "Aunt Ulaya," Baynara whispered, drawing the woman away from the ears of the fisherman, "is Tay truly my cousin? He believes himself to be of the house Dagoth." Ulaya took a moment to respond. "It's true. You were just a baby yourself during the war, so you couldn't know what it was like. There was not a part of Morrowind that wasn't ravaged. There was even a battle here on the island. Do you remember that burned pile of wreckage you and Tay and poor little Vaster discovered so many years ago? That was the remains. And after the war, when that accursed house was finally defeated, we saw the little innocents, the orphans whose only crime had been born to wicked parents. I admit there were some in our enemies, the combined forces of the houses, who would have had them all slaughtered to annihilate the legacy of Dagoth. In the end, compassion prevailed, and the children of the 6th house were adopted into the other 5. And so we thought we had won the war and the peace. By the Mother, Lord, and Wizard, if all that Tays believe is true, then there is no peace." Baynara trembled. "He claims that the song of his ancestors called to him and forced him to slay 3 people. 2 of them are housemen, cousin Calcarith, and, when he was a little boy, Vaster." Ulaya held her hands over her tearful face and could not speak. "And it is only beginning," said Baynara. "The song still calls to him. He said there were others who knew, who would help him raise up the 6th house, his sister." "It must be an evil fantasy," Ulaya murmured. She noticed that Baynara's gaze was now on the path leading from the docks towards the house. "Niece, what are you thinking?" Did that priestess give us her name?" The two women ran up the path, calling for guards. The fishermen, who had never seen the mistresses of the house so undone, looked briefly at one another and then followed quickly behind, pulling out their hooks and blades. The front gate to Standill House stood wide open, the first of the corpses lying close within. It was now an abattoir, painted fresh with blood. There was Anner, Uncle Triffith's valet, gutted but still seated at the foyer table where he had been enjoying his afternoon glass of Flynn. Lierne, one of the chambermaids, had been decapitated while carrying some once clean linens up the stairs. The bodies of guards and servants sprawled about the hall like blown leaves. At the top of the stairs, Baynara had to hold back a sob when she saw Hilima. She lay like a broken doll, slain as she tried to pull herself out onto the narrow window ledge. No one spoke, not Baynara, nor Aunt Ulaya, nor the fishermen, as they walked slowly through the blood-drenched house. They passed Tay's sick room, its door broken open, and no one within. When they heard the sounds of footsteps in Baynara's room down the hall, they approached slowly, cautiously, with great dread. The priestess from the docks was standing by the bed. In her hand was the silver ring Baynara had taken from Tay's finger. In her other hand was a long, curved blade, splashed like her once pristine gown with gore. She smiled prettily and bowed when she saw she was no longer alone. "Acra, I should have recognized you by Tay's description in his letters," Baynara said in her steadiest voice. "Where is my cousin?" "I prefer to call myself Dagoth, Acra," she replied. "Your false cousin, my true brother, has already gone to fulfill his destiny. I'm sorry you were not here, so he could give you a more permanent farewell." Baynara's face twisted in fury. She motioned for the fishermen, who advanced with their weaponry. "Tear her apart. The sixth house will rise again, and Dagoth Tython will lead us." Acra laughed. Her words were still echoing as she gave the sign of recall and vanished like a ghost. I'll take another break between books. The hawk is so cute in its nest. Okay. Next. Oh, that was only book 5. Book 6. The magnificent sprawl of the stronghold of Indorion was aglow in the light of the setting sun. Commander Jasrat watched it slowly disappear into the horizon as he led the caravan southwestward. It was a strange practice for him to lead a night operation, but scarcely more bizarre than anything else he was facing. He was only 70 years of age, far from old for a Bosmer, and yet he felt like he belonged to another era. He had known the land of East Vardenfell his entire life. Every forest, every garden, every small village between Red Mountain and the Sea of Ghosts had been home to him. But now it was all different, twisted into a world he did not recognize since the eruption and the year of Sun's death. It made night travel all the more treacherous, but it was a risk he was ordered to take. The Ashmire appeared quite suddenly. If a sharp-sighted scout hadn't seen it and given the signal, the entire caravan might have been swallowed whole. Jasrat cursed it had not been on the map, but that was hardly surprising. It was a huge, unnamed skaith, stretching as far as anyone could see. The commander considered his options. He might lead his party to the southeast toward Tel Aurun, and then try an approach due west. As he consulted his map, he noticed a glimmer of a campfire in the distance. Accompanied by his lieutenants, Jasrat drove his guar forward to investigate what appeared to be an Ashlander man and woman. "This is no longer your realm," he bellowed. "Don't you know it's been ruled by the temple that these are house lands now?" The couple shuffled to their feet and began quietly walking away toward a narrow ridge between hill and Ashmire. Jasrat called them back. "Do you know a way around the Skaith?" he asked. They nodded, their eyes still to the ground. Jasrat signaled to his caravan. "You will lead us then." It was a treacherous, winding crossing, almost too tight for the guars. The wagons themselves scraped as the drivers pulled to avoid the Ashmire. The Ashlander man and woman whispered to one another as they led the caravan. "What are you mumbling about, Nenwa?" Jasrat hollered. The man did not turn around. "My sister and I were talking about the Dagoth rebellion, and she was guessing that you were bringing arms to the stronghold at Fallen Sarano, which is why you chose to cross the Ashmire rather than taking a road." "I might have known," Jasrat laughed. "You Ashlanders are so hopeful whenever you see signs of trouble in the houses and the temple. I hate to dampen your spirits, but what you're speaking of is hardly a rebellion. Merely a few isolated incidents of unpleasantness. Tell your sister that." Yeah, that's better. As they plodded onward, the narrow ridge began to taper even more. The Ashlanders found a low, jagged crevasse in the hills, a crack from a lava flow even predating Sun's death. The caravan scored the rock walls as it moved through. Commander Jasrat, after 20 years of uncertainty in a land he did not understand, felt a twinge of his old instinct. This, he thought to himself, would be a fine place for an ambush. "Ashlander, how close are we?" he shouted. "We've arrived," Dagoth Tython replied, and gave the signal. The assault was over in mere minutes, as it had been calculated from the start. When the last body of the house guard had sunk beneath the ash mire, only then was the inventory of the caravan revealed. It was better than they had hoped. Virtually everything the rebellion needed. Daedric swords, dozens of suits of armor, quivers of fine ebony bolts, and rations enough to last for weeks. "Go on ahead to the camp," Tython smiled at his sister. "I'll lead the caravan. We should be there within a few hours' time." Akra kissed him passionately and gave the sign of recall. In an instant she was back in her tent, exactly as she had left it. Humming the song, she removed the Ashlander rags and chose an appropriately diaphanous gown from her trunks. Precisely the sort of dress Tython would love seeing her in when he returned. "Murasa," she called to her servant, "summon the troops together. Tython and the others will be here very soon with all the weapons and rations we need." "Murasa can't hear you now," said a voice Akra hadn't heard in weeks. She turned, expertly removed every trace of surprise from her face. It was indeed Indoril Benara, but not the quivering creature she had left behind at the massacre of Sandil House. This woman was an armored warrior who spoke with mocking confidence. She wouldn't be able to summon the troops if she could. "You may have weapons and rations, Akra, but there's no one left to arm or feed." Dagoth Akra made the sign of recall, but nothing happened. "The moment we heard you banging around in the tent, my battle mages cast a diffusion of all magica," Benara smiled, opening the tent further to invite a dozen house soldiers in. "You won't be leaving." "If you think that my brother will walk into your trap, you underestimate his allegiance to the song," Akra sneered. "It tells him everything he needs to know. I have convinced him to no longer fight it, and let it lead him and us to our ultimate victory." "I've known him longer and better than you ever did," said Benara coldly. "Now I want to hear what the song is saying to you. I want to know where I can find Tay." "Tython, my lady," Akra corrected her. "He is no longer a slave to your house and the temple's lies. You can torture me all you wish, but I swear to you the next time you see him, it will be because he wishes it, not you. And that will be your very last moment alive." "Don't you worry, Sergio." Benara's Nightblade winked at her. "Everyone says they won't break under torture, but everyone always does." Benara left the tent, It was all a part of warfare. She understood that. But there would be little relish in witnessing it. She could not even watch as the house soldiers disposed of the rebel corpses. She had hoped she would grow numb to the bloodshed after weeks of following Tython and Acre, massacre after massacre. But it didn't matter to her that now the bodies were of her enemies. Death was still death. She had only been in her tent for a few moments when her Nightblade appeared. Not so tough as she appeared, that one, he grinned. In point of fact, all I had to do is ask her nice and point my dagger at her belly, and she was blubbering. Everything. Not too surprising, really. It's always the ones that talk big that crumble fast. I remember way back, a couple years ago, before you was even born. Guran, what did she say? Baynara asked. The song, whatever that is, told her brother that she got herself caught, and not to return to camp, the Nightblade replied, only a trifle annoyed at having his fascinating story cut short. He's got a half-dozen Mur with him, and they're going to try to assassinate the fella that led the Indoril army in the war, General Indoril Trilfith. Uncle Triffith? Baynara gasped. Where is he stationed now? I'm not sure myself, Sergio. Do you want me to ask if she knows? I'll come with you, said Baynara. As they walked towards Akra's tent, cries of alarm sounded. The situation became abundantly clear even before they reached the site. 3 guards were dead, and the prisoner had escaped. Interesting woman, said Guran. Weak heart, but a strong arm. Should we send word of warning to General Indoril Triffith? If we can find where he is in time, said Baynara. That one was shorter. I should still take a little break. 11 hours is going to be a lot. Not yet. All right. Book 7. Triffith stood on the parapets of Beresaimian and considered the volcano. Metaphors the poets used fell rather flat in his view. A festering wound it could be called, with its blood like lava. The King of Ash, too, could be applied when one looked at its perpetual crown of smoke. And yet none of that would do, for nothing in his experience could convey the sheer magnitude of the mountain. Red Mountain was many miles away from the fortress, and yet it filled the horizon utterly. Before he could feel too small, however, he heard his name being called within. It was some consolation that though he was insignificant compared to the mountain, he was still in possession of certain power and influence. General Indoril Trilfith, said Commander Rael, there is trouble at the east gate. The trouble was scarcely more than a skirmish. An Ashlander, drunk perhaps on Shin, had begun a fight with the house guards at the back gate. As they tried to drive him away, his cousins joined him, and soon there were 6 Ashlanders all together brawling with a dozen of Triffith's guards. If the Inwas had not been well armed, the fight could have been finished almost before it began. As it was, by the time the general arrived with more of his guards, 2 of the Ashlanders were dead, and the others had taken flight. "It's the smoke in their brains," Rael shrugged, "makes them mad." Triffith climbed back up the stairs and returned to his chamber to dress for dinner. General Radoran Vorlik and Councillor Hilau Nothark would be arriving very shortly to discuss the temple's plans for reorganizing the house lands of Morrowind. Mournhold was to be renamed Alamexia. A great new city in honor of Vivek was to be built, but with whose gold? It made his head hurt. There were so many details, a long night of argument, threats and compromises were ahead. The general's mind was so occupied that he nearly put his house robes on backwards. He also did not notice the shadowy figure steal out from behind tapestry and close the door to the bedchamber. It was not until Triffith heard the sound of the latch bolt fall that he turned around. "Slipped in when I was distracted by the fracas at the back gate. Very clever, Tay," he said simply. "Or do you call yourself Dagoth Tython these days?" "You should know all my names," the young man snarled, unsheathing his sword. "I was Tython before you butchered my family and sought to dispel my tribe. I was Tay when you brought me into your house to poison me against my own people. Now you may call me Vengeance." There was a knock on the door. Tython and Triffith did not move their eyes from one another. The knocking became loud pounding. "General Indral Triffith, are you well? Is there something wrong?" "If you're going to kill me, boy, you'd best do it quickly," Triffith growled. "My men will have that door down in 2 minutes. You don't tell me what to do, uncle." Tython shook his head. "I have the song of my ancestors to instruct me. It tells me you made my father beg for his life before you killed him, and I want to see you do the same." "If your ancestors are all-knowing," Triffith smiled, "why are they all dead?" Tython made an inhuman noise in the back of his throat and advanced. The door began to buckle at the pounding, but it was sturdy and secure. The general's estimate of its life expectancy at 2 minutes seemed clearly erroneous. The pounding suddenly stopped. A familiar voice replaced the sound. "Tay," called Baynara, "listen to me." Tython smirked. "You're just in time to hear your uncle beg for his miserable life, cousin. I was afraid you'd be too late. The next sound you'll hear will be the death rattle of the man who slaved my house." "The song is what's enslaved you, not Uncle Triffith. You can't trust it. It's poisoning you. It let you be manipulated first by that mad old woman, and now by that evil witch Akra, who calls herself your sister." Tython pressed the tip of his sword so it touched the general's throat. The older man stepped backwards and Tython advanced. His eyes followed the length of his arm to the grip of the blade. The silver ring of Dagoth caught the red light of the volcano from the battlements outside the window. "Tay, please don't hurt anyone anymore. Please? If you just listen to me and not the song just a moment, you'll know what's right. I love you." Baynara stifled her sobs to keep her voice clear and calm. There was a noise on the stairwell behind her. The general's guard had finally arrived with the battering ram. The door splintered and burst open in 2 strikes. General Indral Triffith was holding his throat, staring out the window. "Uncle, are you all right?" Baynara ran to him. He nodded his head slowly and removed his hand. There was only the barest of scratches on his neck. "Where's Tay?" "He jumped out the window," said Triffith, pointing into the distance where a figure was riding a guar toward the volcano. "I thought he was going to kill himself, but he had an escape figured out." "We'll get him, Sergio General," said Commander Rael, calling to the guards to get their mounts. Baynara watched them go, and then kissed her uncle quickly and ran out to her own guar in the courtyard. Sweat drenched Tay's body as he rode closer and closer to the summit of Red Mountain. The guar was breathing hard, trudging along even more slowly, letting out little grunts of complaint about the heat. Finally, he abandoned his steed and began to climb the near vertical surface. Ash blew down the face of the volcano into his eyes. Near blind, it was almost impossible to ignore the persistent, clamorous notes of the song. A silken stream of crimson lava, studded with crystalline formations, surged a few feet away, close enough that Tay could feel his flesh begin to burn and blister. He turned from it and saw a figure emerge through the smoke. Baynara. "What are you doing, Tay?" she cried over the howl of the volcano. "Didn't I tell you not to listen to the song?" "For the first time, the song and I both want the same thing," he yelled back. "I can't ask you to forgive me, but please try to forget." He pulled himself higher, out of Baynara's sight. She screamed his name, scaling the rocks until she found she was close to the open crater. Waves of boiling gas washed over her, and she dropped to her knees, gasping. Through the rippling miasma, she saw Tay standing at the mouth of the volcano. Flames erupted from his clothes and hair. He turned towards her for just a moment and smiled. Then he leapt. Baynara was in a daze as she began the long, treacherous climb down the volcano. She began to think of the projects ahead. Were there enough provisions in storage at her house in Gorn for the meeting of the houses? The counselors were bound to stay there for weeks, maybe months. There was much work to be done. Slowly, as she descended, she began to forget. It would not last. but it would be a start. Dagoth Ur stood as near to the mouth of the volcano as she could stand, blinking her eyes at the ash, soaked by the heat. She watched all and smiled. On the ground was the silver ring with the seal of the House Dagoth. Tython had been sweating so much it had slipped off. She picked it up and put it on her own finger. Touching her belly, she heard a new refrain of the poison song of Morrowind begin. And thus concludes our tale. Taking breaks in between books. Rough. All right. What should I read next? Yeah. The Rise and Fall of Saint Giab, the Eradicator, hero of Morrowind and savior of the Dunmer, by Jim. I am a hunter. I am a redeemer. I am Jib. The tale of my rise to glory begins in the ash wastes of Morrowind. I rode alone, weapon at my side, and the burning wind stinging my face. My quest was arduous, but necessary to ensure the survival of the Dunmer people. A pestilence was creeping across the Ashlands, a menace with an insatiable hunger that plagued innocent travelers simply trying to get home. It was my self-sworn task to hunt them down one by one and drive them from the skies. Their fury knew no bounds, and their war cry resonated across the land. They were the notorious cliff racers, and they had to be destroyed. On a particularly hot day during sun's height, I was tracking what I called a lingerer, a cliff racer without a nest. He was a particularly feisty one, too, leading me on a merry chase across almost 3 miles of ash dunes. I had managed to take a piece out of one of his wings in an earlier scuffle, so he couldn't maintain much of a climb. but he still had quite a bit of stamina left, and he was trying to make me tire of the chase. Almost 2 solid hours passed, and my stilt strider was tiring, but I couldn't give up. I had sworn to eliminate the foul beasts to the last, and I wasn't about to let it go. If I was going to stop the thing, I would have to do it fast. I pulled my longbow from my back and knocked my last arrow. I took a deep breath and pulled, trying to keep the cliff racer in my sights. It was literally a long shot, with the beast gaining distance and the stilt strider bouncing me around at full gallop. Finally, with a silent prayer, I released the string. The arrow sang through the air like a howling demon as it sliced its way towards its target. Finally, just as it crested the lip of a foyada, the arrow struck it in the midsection. It let out a horrible cry and fell out of sight. My cries of triumph were quickly stilled by the sound of over 100 wings. Rising from the foyada was an entire colony of cliff racers, and they were out for blood. The blasted thing had led me right to their nest and sacrificed itself with the intent of feeding me to its brood. It was a trap. The damned things had become much too clever. Knowing this was likely the end, I jumped down from the stilt strider and hit the back of its leg with the flat of my glass blade. There was no need for the innocent thing to die here today because of my stupidity. As the ash cloud cleared from being stirred up by its massive legs, the cliff racer brood approached. I held my sword high and prepared for the worst. The battle lasted 2 full days. I was beaten, clawed, bitten, and knocked down more times than I care to remember. In the end, 76 cliff racers were slaughtered. I was knee-deep in their corpses and my body on the verge of collapse, but I had survived. I smiled to the heavens and all went black. When I awoke, all I felt was my back on a cold stone floor. Every muscle in my body was on fire, and my vision was blurred. Slowly, I tried to climb to my feet. It took several agonizing minutes, but I finally managed to do it. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light of my new surroundings, I realized that I was standing before Lord Vivek himself. He was simply staring at me, floating above his throne and staring at me with his piercing eyes. When I began to prostrate myself as a sign of respect, he held up one of his hands as if to say it wasn't necessary. Was I dead? Was Lord Vivek pleased with me? Was he about to strike me down in anger for my somewhat sordid past? Suddenly, I understood everything. Suddenly, I realized I was brought here for a reason. I should have died in those ash wastes, but Lord Vivek must have seen something inside me that he hadn't seen in millennia, and decided to spare me from my fate. Thus began my ascent to sainthood. Thus began the rise of Jeb. You'd think that one would be longer for how many pages you have to collect for it. You know what? This one sounds cool. Let's go with this. In just a second. Caesar and the Divines by Faustilius Junius, sub-curator of ancient theology and paleonumerology, Imperial Library. The position Caesar enjoys in Cyrodiilic worship is often misconstrued. He and a thousand other deities have sizable cults in the imperial city. Caesar is especially venerated in the Colovian West, though he is called Shor there, as the West kings are resolutely and religiously Nordic. The haziness of Caesar's relationship to the divines, he is often called their missing sibling, begins with Saint Alessia, the so-called slave queen of Cyrodiil, the founding figure of the original Cyrodiilic Empire. In the earliest Syro-Nordic stories of the Heartland, Caesar fought against the Aelids, the Heartland High Elves, on mankind's behalf. Then, for some unknown reason, he vanishes from the stage, presumably to help other humans elsewhere. And without his leadership, the Aelids conquer the humans and enslave them. This slavery lasts for generations. The isolated humans eventually begin to venerate the pantheon of their masters, or at least assimilate so much of High Elven religious practices into their native traditions that the two become indistinguishable. In the First Era, 242, under the leadership of Alessia, her demigod lover Morahaus Breath a Kine, and the infamous Pelinal Whitestrake, the Cyrodiilic humans revolt. When Skyrim lends its armies to the slave queen of the south, the revolution succeeds. The Aelid hegemonies are quickly overthrown. Shortly thereafter, White Gold Tower is captured by Alessia's forces, and she promptly declares herself the first Empress of Cyrodiil. Part of the package meant that she had to become the High Priestess of Akatosh as well. Akatosh was an Aldmeri god, and Alessia's subjects were as yet unwilling to renounce their worship of the Elven pantheon. She found herself in a very sensitive political situation. She needed to keep the Nords as her allies, but they were, at that time, fiercely opposed to any adoration of elven deities. On the other hand, she could not force her subjects to revert back to the Nordic pantheon for fear of another revolution. Therefore, concessions were made, and Empress Alessia instituted a new religion, the Eight Divines, an elegant, well-researched synthesis of both pantheons, Nordic and Aldmeri. Caesar, as a result, had to change. He could no longer be the bloodthirsty, anti-Aldmer warlord of old. He could not disappear altogether either, or the Nords would have withdrawn their support of her rule. In the end, he had become the spirit behind all human undertaking. Even though this was merely a thinly disguised, watered-down version of Shore, it was good enough for the Nords. As for why Tiber Septim has not attempted to revitalize Shazar during his wars against the Aldmeri Dominion, we can only speculate. At this time, memories of the Alessian Order's follies, the Dragon Break, the War of Righteousness, the defeat of Glenumbra Moors, would only damage his campaign for the Imperial Crown. Short break in between. Maybe I should turn the volume up just a little for you. Whoop. Not that one. Not that one. What put my hands away? Sorry, it's been a bit. Wanted to go back to the menu. Let's jump, apparently. That sheaths my hands, at least. There we go. There. That should make my little breaks more enjoyable for you. Let's get that nest back on screen for you because it's cute. And pick our next book. Of Crossed Daggers, The History of Riften by Dwenin Windell. Situated on the eastern banks of Lake Honrish, the city of Riften serves as a reminder of a bygone era. The once proud streets and buildings have vanished and been replaced with a collection of wooden structures and rough stonework shrouded in a permanent fog-like mist. In order to understand how such a large city became nothing more than a glorified fortress, one need only look at the history books for answers. Riften was a major hub of activity for trade caravans and travelers to and from Morrowind. Fishing skiffs could be seen dotting the lake at all hours of the day, and the bustling city was alive with activity at night. The city guard was formidable and maintained a tight grasp on its populace, keeping them safe from harm. The marketplace in Riften was also quite a draw, containing numerous stands offering wares from across Tamriel. In the Fourth Era, 98, amidst the confusion of the Void Knights, Hosgun Crossdaggers was installed as Jarl when the previous Jarl had been assassinated. Though many believed that Hosgun was responsible, and cries of protest filled the streets of Riften, the Jarl took the throne and immediately took action to protect his station. Using the city guard, he had the streets cleared of protesters and initiated a curfew. Any caught breaking the curfew was immediately jailed without process or executed if it was a repeat offense. For over 40 years, Hosgun ruled Riften with a black heart and an iron fist. He imposed ridiculous taxes upon his subjects and any merchants that wished to sell their wares within the city walls. Hosgun kept most of the coin for himself, using it to construct a massive wooden castle with unnecessarily lavish quartering within. The castle took 7 years to build and became a visual reminder of the people's oppression, which earned it the nickname Hosgun's Folly. Towards the end of his reign, the streets of Riften became littered with refuse and its people plagued by disease and hunger. Then, in the Fourth Era, 129, the people had finally had enough. With their numbers, they were able to temporarily overwhelm the city guard long enough to set Hosgun's Folly on fire, with the greedy Jarl still within. As the fighting commenced, the fire spread through the city unchecked. By the morning, the people had emerged victorious, but not without great cost. Most of the city was now in ruins, and many had died. It took 5 years to rebuild Riften into the smaller city that it is today. And even though over 50 years have passed since then, it still has yet to fully recover. Some believe it will never achieve the level of affluence it saw at the beginning of the Fourth Era. But there are a few who still hold on to the hope that Riften can return from the ashes and become a center of commerce once again. Failure. Here we go. Ouch. I think it's close enough. I can take some more ibuprofen. Yummy, Ryu. Good enough. That's better. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all of you. Let's go to the next book. I bet these two are related. Let's start with the Agma Infinium. Oh no, that's one of the black books. Okay, never mind. Is this also one? Okay, here we go. Opusculus lame bal ta mazamorte. A brief account of Lame Bal and the restless death. Mebe Aluil Scribe. Translation by University of Gwilym Press in the Third Era, 105. As brighter grows light, darker becomes shadow. So it passed that the Daedra Molagbal looked on Arche and thought the Aedra prideful of his dominion o'er the death of man and Mer, and it was sooth. Baal, whose sphere is the wanton oppression and entrampment of mortal souls, sought to thwart Arche, who knew that not man, nor Mer, nor beast folk of all Nirn could escape eventual death. The Aedra was doubtless of his sphere, and so Molagbal set upon Nirn to best death. Tamriel was still young and filled with danger and wondrous magic when Baal walked in the aspect of a man and took a virgin, Lame Belfeg, from the Nedic peoples. Savage and loveless, Baal profaned her body, and her screams became the shrieking winds, which still haunt certain winding fjords of Skyrim. Shedding a lone droplet of blood on her brow, Baal left Nirn, having sown his wrath. Violated and comatose, Lame was found by nomads and cared for. A fortnight hence, the nomad weird woman enshrouded Lame in pall, for she had passed into death. In their way, the nomads built a bonfire to immolate the husk. That night, Lame rose from her funeral pyre and set upon the coven, still aflame. She ripped the throats of the women, ate the eyes of the children, and raped their men as cruelly as Baal had ravished her. And so Lame, who is known to us as Blood Matron, impacted her foul aspect upon the folk of Tamriel, and begat a brood of countless abominations, from which became the vampires, most cunning of the night horrors. And so was the scourge of undeath wrought upon Tamriel, cruelly mocking Arche's rhythm of life and death through all the coming eras of the Etada. And for all his sadness, Arkay knew this could not be undone. Yeah, let's do this one. That was a short one, so I'll just take a sip. Invocation of Azura by Segula Peret. For 300 years, I have been a priestess of Azura, the Daedric princess of Moonshadow, mother of the rose, and queen of the night sky. Every Hoggathum, which we celebrate on the 21st of First Seed, we summon her for guidance, as well as to offer things of worth and beauty to her majesty. She is a cruel but wise mistress. We do not invoke her on any Hoggathum troubled by thunderstorms, for those nights belong to the Mad One, Sheogorath, even if they do coincide with the occasion. Azura at such times understands our caution. Azura's invocation is a very personal one. I have been priestess to 3 other Daedric princesses, but Azura values the quality of her worshippers and the truth behind our adoration of her. When I was a dark elven maid of 16, I joined my grandmother's coven worshippers of Molagabal, the schemer princess. Blackmail, extortion, and bribery are as much the weapons of the witches of Molagabal as is dark magic. The invocation of Molagabal is held upon the 20th of Evening Star, except during stormy weather. This ceremony is seldom missed, but Molagabal often appears to her cultists in mortal guise on other dates. When my grandmother died in an attempt to poison the heir of Firewatch, I re-examined my faith in the cult. My brother was a wizard in the cult of Boethia, and from what he told me, the Dark Warrior was closer to my spirit than the treacherous Molagabal. Boethia is a warrior princess who acts more overtly than other Daedroth. After years of skulking and scheming, it felt good to perform acts for a mistress which had direct, immediate consequences. Besides, I liked it that Boethia was a Daedra of the Dark Elves. Our cult would summon her on the day we call the Gauntlet, the 2nd of Sun's Dusk. Bloody competitions would be held in her honor, and the duels and battles would continue until the 9 cultists were killed at the hands of other cultists. Boethia cared little for her cultists, she only cared for our blood. I do think I saw her smile when I accidentally slew my brother in a sparring session. My horror, I think, greatly pleased her. I left the cult soon after that. Boethia was too impersonal for me, too cold. I wanted a mistress of greater depth. For the next 18 years of my life, I worshipped no one. Instead, I read and researched. It was in an old and profane tome that I came upon the name of Nocturnal. Nocturnal, the night mistress. Nocturnal, the unfathomable. As the book prescribed, I called to her on her holy day, the 3rd of Hearthfire. At last I had found the personal mistress I had so long desired. I strove to understand her labyrinthine philosophy, the source of her mysterious pain. Everything about her was dark and shrouded, even the way she spoke and the acts she required of me. It took years for me to understand the simple fact that I could never understand Nocturnal. Her mystery was as essential to her as savagery was to Boethia, or treachery was to Malagbal. To understand Nocturnal is to negate her, to pull back the curtains cloaking her realm of darkness. As much as I loved her, I recognized the futility of unraveling her enigmas. I turned instead to her sister Azura. Azura is the only Daedra princess I have ever worshipped who seems to care about her followers. Malagbal wanted my mind, Boethia wanted my arms, and Nocturnal perhaps my curiosity. Azura wants all of that, and our love above all. Not our abject slavering, but our honest and genuine caring in all its forms. It is important to her that our emotions be engaged in her worship, and our love must also be directed inward. If we love her and hate ourselves, she feels our pain. I will, for all time, have no other mistress. That was a cute one. Alright. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna be right back. Take care. I appreciate your patience and I love you. Come here, Slipper. I need to make more tea too. I can do both at once. Yeah, he's my good kitty. Ooh, we've got a lovely sunset in the game. That's gorgeous. I didn't plan that, but it's great timing. It's like my character's trying to climb over the railing. It's funny. I like it. Thank you very much for your patience. I really appreciate every single one of you. You gotta wait a couple more hours until wet food time, but there's treats in your bowl, baby. Yeah. You do have a clean litter box. Would you like some catnip? Here you go, baby. You want some here? How's that? You're my good girl. You are. You're a very good kitty. Let me say hi to you. There we go. Oh, you're on camera. Yes. You're such a good girl. Do you want lap time? Sorry, my chair is on the blanket. There we go. Alright. Back in position. Take a sip of this wonderful tea if I can. Oh, that's good stuff. Alright. Turn the controller back on. Those nocturnal robes look so good. I'm enjoying the view quite a bit myself. Seem to be crouched though. Oh well. Alright, we just read that. I was going to do there's Boethiah's Glory too. Okay. Let's do Boethiah's Proving first, then Boethiah's Glory. The following account is true. May it serve as a warning to those with ears to hear and hearts to know. On a certain day, at a certain time, the faithful gathered to perform certain rituals, hoping to gain a glimpse of their master. The day was correct, the summiting true, slashing a smoking tear through the veil. She, her very self, appeared before them, terrible and resplendent. She came arrayed in ebony, darker than a moonless night, wielding a blade burning hotter than the surface of the sun. And though she wore the disguise of a Dunmer warrior queen, she towered above them like a statue carved from the Red Mountain itself. Why have you disturbed me? Surprised, the first among them prayed, O Boethiah, prince of plots, deceiver of nations, queen of shadows, goddess of destruction, we come to worship thee. She looked down upon her followers, gathered to bear witness. Frowning, she asked the first, "Tell me, you who profess to know me, how shall I know you?" Afeared, he exclaimed, "Each night I pray to thee. Each night I call out thy wondrous names. Surely thou must recognize the sound of my voice, thy most devoted of believers." She frowned and let out a long sigh. Then of a sudden he was gone, the air from her lungs dispersing him. Turning to the second, she asked, "And you? How shall I measure the worth of your existence?" Stunned by the power of her voice, he bowed before her darkening vision. She clapped her hands, and he too was gone. To the third, "And you? Tell me, how shall I know you apart from such as were they, of whom there is no trace?" Shaken and speechless from the nullifications of his brethren, he whispered, "Have mercy upon us." She blinked twice. Once he was in agony. Twice he was destroyed. She cast a withering glance across those remaining and said, "I do not grant mercy." And so it was with the others. She putting them to proof, they offering none. Finally, she came to me, eyes aglow with anger, tongue wet with hate, and said, "Of all my believers, but two remain. Tell me, second to last, with what shall you prove your existence?" Without hesitation, I drew forth my blade and buried it in the chest of the other who stood beside me, and without fear replied, "Ask him whose blood now sprouts from my blade if I exist." She smiled, and the gates of oblivion opened between her teeth. Then she said, "Tell me, now last of my followers, wherefore do you remain where the others do not?" I retrieved my blade and offered it up, saying, "I am alive because that one is dead. I exist because I have the will to do so, and I shall remain as long as there are signs of my handiwork, such as the blood dripping from this blade." Accepting my gift, she nodded and said, "Indeed. If in the reading your blood boils in your veins and your mind blazons with fire, then Boethia calls you. It is then most wise to heed her call. Find her on the mount which overlooks Windhelm. Meet us there and be tested." Short drink break between books. Enjoy the lovely birds. taking a look at the sunset. Lovely moons. Oh, back to birds. Alright. Boethia's Glory is a apt follow-up. Look upon the face of Boethia and wonder. Raise your arms that Boethia may look upon them and bestow a blessing. Know that battle is a blessing. Know that death is an eventuality. Know that you are dust in the eyes of Boethia. Long is the arm of Boethia, and swift is the blade. Deep is the cut, and subtle is the poison. Worship, O faithful, pray your death is short. Worship, O faithful, pray your death is quiet. Worship, O faithful, worship the glory that is Boethia. That was a really short one, so... Let's check this one. De Rerum Direnis by Vorian Direni. I am 611 years old. I have never had children of my own, but I have had many nieces and nephews and cousins who have been raised with the tales and traditions of our ancient, illustrious, and occasionally notorious clan, the Direni. Few families in Tamriel can boast so many famous figures, wielding so much power over the fate of so many. Our warriors and kings are the stuff of legend, and it is not to dismiss their honor and their achievements to say you have heard quite enough about them. I myself have never picked up a sword or written an important law, but I am part of a lesser known but still important Direni tradition, the Way of the Wizard. My own autobiography would be of little interest to posterity, though my nephew, nieces, and cousins indulge me to tell wild tales of life in the chaotic second era of Tamriel. But I have a few ancestors whose stories should be told. They may have changed history as we know it, as dramatically as my better-known relatives, but their names are in danger of being forgotten. Most recently, Lysandus, the king of Daggerfall, was able to conquer his ancient enemies of Sentinel, in part thanks to his court sorceress, Medora Direni. Her grandfather, Jovran Direni, was an imperial battle mage to the court of the Dunmer Empress of Tamriel, Kataraya, assisting her in creating peace in a time of turmoil. His great-great-grandfather, Paladil Direni, had a similar role in the First Potentiate and encouraged the Guild Act, without which we would not have all the professional organizations we have today. His ancestor, many times back, was the witch Raven Direni, who, with her better-known cousins, Aiden and Ryan, brought an end to the tyranny of the later Alessian Empire. Before the Sigics of Artaeum, it is said she created the art of enchantment, learning how to bind a soul into a gem and use that to ensorcel all manners of weaponry. But it is the story of an ancestor even more ancient, more distant than Raven, I wish to tell. Asliel Direni harkens back to the humble beginnings of our clan in the tiny farming village of Tegrea, on the banks of the river Kaumis, which was then called Diren, hence the family name. Like all on Somerset Isle in those days, he was a simple planter of the fields. But while others only grew enough to sustain their immediate kin, even distant cousins of the Direnis worked together. They would decide as a group which fields were best for wheat, orchard, vine, livestock, or apiary, and thereby always have the best yields of any farm, which worked alone, doing the best as it could with what it had. Asliel had a particularly poor farm for most kind of agriculture, but small herbs found its stony, loamless, acidic soil very comfortable. Out of necessity, more than anything else, he became an expert on all manners of herbs. For the most part, of course, they were used in flavoring cooking, but as you know, hardly any plant grows on the surface of our world without a magical potential. Even so long ago, witches were already in existence. It would be ridiculous for me to suggest that Asliel Direni invented alchemy. What he did, what we can all be grateful for, is that he formulated it into an art and science. There were no witches' covens in Tegrea, and of course there would be no mages' guild yet for thousands of years. So people would come to him for cures. He learned for himself the exact formula for combining black lichen and rubrish to create a cure for all manners of poison, and the amount of willow anther to crush and mix with chokeweed to cure diseases. There were few much greater threats in Tirgil in those peaceful days than disease or accidental poisonings. Yes, there were some dark forces in the wilderness, trolls, chimera, the occasional malevolent fairy folk and will-o'-the-wisp, but even the youngest, most foolish Altmer knew how to avoid them. There were, however, a few unusual threats which Asliel had a hand in defeating. One of the tales told of him that I believe to be true is how he brought a young niece who had been suffering from some unknown disease. Despite his ministrations, she grew weaker and weaker every morning. Finally, he gave her a bitter-tasting drink, and the next morning, ashes were found all around her bed. A vampire had been feeding on the poor girl, but Asliel's potion had turned her very blood into poison, without harming her in the least. If only this formula had not been lost in the mists of history. This would have been enough to make him a minor but significant figure in the annals of early Somerset. But at that point in history, a barbarian tribe called the Lakvar had found their way down the Diren River and recognized Tirgil as a rich target for raids. The Direni, not being warriors yet, but simple farmers, were helpless and could only flee and watch. The Lokvar take the best of their crops, raid after raid. Asliel, however, had been experimenting with the vampire dust, and brought his cousins to him with a plan. The next time the Lokvar were sighted on the Diren, the word went out and all the most able-bodied came to Asliel's laboratory. When the barbarians arrived in Tirgil, they found the farms deserted and assumed that all had fled as usual. As they set about stealing the bounty, they suddenly found themselves under attack by invisible forces. Believing the Direni farms to be haunted, they ran away very quickly. They attempted a few more raids, for their greed would always eventually overpower their fear, and each time they were set upon by attackers who they could not see. As barbaric as they were not stupid, and they changed their mind about the source of their defeat. It could not be that the farms were haunted, because the crops were still being tended and harvested, and the animals seemed to show no fear. The Lokvar decided to set a scout to the farm to see if he could spy their secrets. The scout sent word back to the Lokvar that the Direni farms were populated with flesh and blood, entirely visible Altmer. He continued to watch as his barbarian cohorts moved down the river, and he saw the elderly and children flee for the hills, while the able-bodied farmers and their wives went to Asliel's laboratory. He saw them go in, he saw no one come out. As usual, the Lokvar were repelled by invisible forces. But their scout soon told them what he saw happening in the laboratory. The next night, 2 of the Lokvar approached Asliel's farm very stealthily and managed to kidnap him without alerting the rest of the Direni. The Lokvar chieftain, knowing that the farmers could no longer count on the alchemist to make them invisible, considered an immediate attack on the farms. But he was a vengeful sort and felt he had been humiliated by these simple farmers. A crafty plan emerged in his mind. What if the Direni, who always saw his barbarian tribe coming, for once did not? Imagine the slaughter if no one even had a chance to flee. The scout had told the chieftain that Asliel used the dust of a vampire to make the farmers invisible. But he was not sure what the other ingredient had been. He described an incandescent powder that Asliel had mixed into the dust. Asliel, of course, refused to help the Lokvar, but they were experts in torture as well as pillage, and he knew he would have to talk or die. Finally, after hours of torture, he agreed to tell them what the incandescent powder was. He did not know the name, but he called it glow dust, the only remains of a slain will-o'-the-wisp. He told them they would need a lot of it if they wanted to turn the whole tribe invisible for the raid. The Lokvar grumbled that not only did they have to find and kill a vampire to attain his dust, but find and kill several will-o'-the-wisps to get theirs. In a few days' time, they came back with the ingredients the alchemist asked for. The chieftain, not being a complete idiot, made Asliel taste the potion first. He did as he was told and turned invisible, demonstrated that it did truly work. The chieftain put him to work creating more. No one apparently noticed that while he did, he was nibbling on black lichen and rubrush. The Lokvar took the potion as he doled it out, and soon, but not so soon that they didn't suffer, they were all dead. The scout, who had seen Asliel mixing the invisibility potion, had apparently mistook the glow of the candlelight in the laboratory for an incandescence, which the second ingredient of the invisibility potion did not possess. The second ingredient was actually dull, simple redwort, one of the most common herbs in Tamriel. When they had insisted during torture that Asliel tell them what the incandescent powder was, Asliel remembered that he had once experimentally mixed glow dust and vampire dust together once, and created a powerful poison. It was simple enough to steal a little redwort from the barbarians' camp, mix that in the vampire and glow dust mixture, and create a potion that was, in fact, an invisibility poison. After curing himself, he gave the poison to the barbarians. The Lokvar, being dead, never again raided the Durrani farms, and having no other enemies, they were able to grow more and more prosperous and powerful. Generations later, they left Somerset and began their historic adventures on the Tamriel mainland. Asliel Durrani, because of his excellence as an alchemist, was invited to Artaeum and became a Psijic. It is not known how many more of the common formulas we know today were invented by him there, but I have no doubt the science and art of alchemy as we know it today would not exist without him. But that is all in the distant past. Asliel's innovations, like my modest ones, like the achievements of the Durranis throughout history, are but a stepping stone to the wonders which will come in the future. I wish I could be there to witness them, but if I can only share some of the past with the children of Durrani and the children of Tamriel, then I will consider my life well spent. And I take little breaks in between books because 11 hours is going to be a lot of reading. That's actually... Which button was wait again? Aha. Get closer to the sunrise so that the view gets better for you. That'll be better. All right. Take a little look at the moons. Oh, I can only see one moon. Alright. That's back in frame rate. There we go. Yeah, we can do Deathbrand next, why not? Deathbrand, A Pirate's Tale. Haknir Deathbrand was dying, for Garak Windrime ship's quartermaster, it was unthinkable. His grandfather had served under Haknir nigh 60 years before, and even then he was a legend among the pirates of the north. The King of Ghosts, they called him, as eternal and pitiless as the sea he sailed. To Garuk, who had seen him charge into battle, clad in armor of gleaming stalrime like the kings of old, his twin swords scything men like grass, Haknir was practically a god. But none feared Haknir more than his own crew. They knew his rages, his fits of madness, how he delighted in torture and murder for its own sake. And there were even darker rumors. Some said he fed upon the blood and souls of those he killed, to extend his unnatural life. Some thought him a Daedra, loosed upon the mortal world, and others said he owed his life and power, his armor and swords, to a pact with Dagon, Prince of Destruction. And the seal of that pact was the terrible wound that scarred his face, never to heal, the death brand, which no man could look upon without flinching. All these things ran through Garuk's mind as he took his place on deck at the head of the crew, exchanging a curt nod with Thalin, the ship's helmsman, and his chief rival. By sundown, he thought, one of them would be captain, the other would be dead. When Haknir finally emerged from his cabin, the crew fell silent. He looked frail, his voice raspy, but even so, he had a presence about him. He looked over his men, the most brutal murderers ever to ply the northern seas. Not one could meet his gaze. At last, he sighed. "You wish to know who will be my successor, and how my share of the treasure shall be divided." That was the question, but even so, there were murmurs of protest. Haknir cut them off. "All these years, I have looked for one who was worthy to take my place, or strong enough to take it from me. Not one of you even comes close, and so none of you shall have it." He extended his hand. "In Dagon's name, I place a curse upon my armor and my swords, this ship and all it carries. Until the day when one of you can best me in combat, you shall not have a single coin." He looked up at them. "Be grateful I have left you with your lives." Garuk and Thalin shared a single glance. Had anyone else said such a thing, there would have been a mutiny. 100 treasure-mad pirates against one old man. But this was Haknir. The crew was silent. Haknir threw a map at Garuk's feet. "Garuk, take a longboat and bury my armor in the places I have marked. Thalin, we sail to my tomb, where you shall leave me with my gold. Then burn your ships and do as you will. I am your captain no more." And with that, he turned and stalked back to his quarters. At daybreak, Garuk took his leave and set out in a longboat with 3 of his men. They landed on a shoal to the north of Solstheim, at the place Haknir had marked, made camp, and began to dig. But already greed stirred in Garuk's heart. Time and again, he glanced at the iron-bound chest they had brought with them. The old man was already gone, perhaps already dead. His orders foolish. That night, Goruk pried open the chest and drew out the helm within. The Stalrime shimmered in the moonlight. It was time for a new king of ghosts to rise. He placed the helm on his head, and he screamed. And it is said you can hear that screaming still, on moonlit nights, on a rocky shoal off the northern coast of Solstheim. Postscript. This story is one of the last in the Haknir saga, and the tales surrounding the life and adventures of the legendary pirate king Haknir Deathbrand. How much of it is actually true, if indeed any of it is true, I leave to the reader's discretion. Artis Drelin Hausredorn Scribe. Drink between books. This is horribly dark for you, so let's bring on the dawn. You went a little too far. You missed the sunrise. Oop. Here we go. Next book. A Hypothetical Treachery, a one-act play by Anthil Morvir. Dramatis Persone, Malvasian, a high elf battle mage. Inzolaya, a dark elf mad mage. Dulcitis, a Cyrodiil healer. Shiavas, an Argonian barbarian. A ghost and some bandits. Scene, Eldenwood. As the curtain rises, we see the misty labyrinthian landscape of the legendary Elden Grove of Valenwood. All around we hear wolves howling. A bloodied reptilian figure, Shivius, breaks through the branches of one of the trees and surveys the area. Shivis, it's clear. Inzolaya, a beautiful dark elf mage, climbs down from the tree, helped by the barbarian. There is the sound of footsteps nearby. Shivis readies his sword, and Inzolaya prepares to cast the spell. Nothing comes out. Inzolaya, you're bleeding. You should have Dulcitis heal that for you. Shivius, he is still drained from all the spells he had to cast down in the caves. I'm fine. If we get out of this, and no one needs it more, I'll take that last potion of healing. Where's Malvasian? Malvasian, a high elf battle mage, and Dulcitis, a Cyrodiil healer, emerge from the tree, carrying a heavy chest between the two of them. They awkwardly try to get down from the tree, carrying their loot. Malvasian, here I am, though why I'm carrying the heavy load is beyond me. I always thought that the advantage of dungeon delving with a great barbarian was that he carried all of the loot. Shivius, if I carried that, my hands would be too full to fight. And tell me if I'm wrong, but not one of the three of you has enough magicka reserve to make it out of here alive. Not after you electrified and blasted all of those homunculuses down below. Dulcitis, homunculi. Shivius, don't worry, I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. Insulaya, innocently. What's that? Shivius, kill you all and take the ebony mail for myself. Admit it. You thought I had that in mind. Dulcitis, what a perfectly horrible thought. I never thought anyone, no matter how vile and degenerate. Inzalaya, why not? Malvasian, he needs porters, like he said. You can't carry the chest and fight off the inhabitants of Elden Grove both. Dulcitis, by Stendar, of all the mean, conniving, typically Argonian. Inzalaya, and why do you need me alive? Shivis, I don't necessarily, except that you're prettier than the other two, for a smooth skin, that is. And if something comes after us, it might go for you first. There's a noise in some bushes nearby. Shivius, go check that out. Inzalaya, it's probably a wolf. These woods are filled with them. You check it out. Shivius, you have a choice, Inzalaya. Go and you might live. Stay here and you definitely won't. Inzalaya considers and then goes to the bushes. Shivius, to Malvasian and Dulcitis. The king of Sylvanar will pay good money for the mail, and we can divide it more nicely between 3 than 4. Inzalaya, you're so right. Inzalaya suddenly levitates up to the top of the stage. A semi-transparent ghost appears from the bush and rushes at the next person, who happens to be Shivius. As the barbarian screams and thrashes at it with his sword, it levels blasts of whirling gas at him. He crumbles to the ground. It turns next to Dulcitis, the healer, and as the ghost focuses its feasting chill on the hapless Dulcitis, Malvasian casts a ball of flame at it so that it causes it to vaporize into the misty air. Inzalaya floats back down to the ground as Malvasian examines the bodies of Dulcitis and Shivius, who are both white-faced from the draining power of the ghost. Malvasian, you had some magicka reserved after all. Inzalaya, so did you. Are they dead? Malvasian takes the potion of healing from Dulcitis' pack. Malvasian, yes, fortunately the potion of healing wasn't broken when he fell. Well, I guess this leaves just the two of us to collect the reward. Inzalaya, we can't get out of this place without each other, like it or not. The two battle mages pick up the chest and begin plodding carefully through the undergrowth, pausing from time to time at the sound of footsteps or other eerie noises. Malvasian, let me make sure I understand. You have a little bit of magicka left, so you elected to use it to make Shivius the ghost's target, forcing me to use most of my limited reserve to destroy the creature so I wouldn't be more powerful than you. That's first-rate thinking. Inzalaya, thank you. It's only logical. Do you have enough power to cast any other spells? Malvasian, naturally. An experienced battle mage always knows a few minor but highly effective spells for such a trial. I take it you, too, have a few tricks up your sleeve. Inzalaya, of course, like you said. They pause for a moment before continuing as a fearful wail pierces the air. When it dies away, They slowly trudge on. Inzalaya, just as an intellectual exercise, I wonder what spell you would cast at me if we made it out of here without any more combat. Malvasian, I hope you're not implying that I would dream of killing you so I could keep the treasure all to myself. Inzalaya, of course not, nor would I do that to you. It is merely an intellectual exercise. Malvasian, well, in that case, purely as an intellectual exercise, I would probably cast a leech spell on you to take away your life force and heal myself. After all, there are brigands on the road between here and Sylvanar, and a wounded battle mage with a valuable target would make a tempting target. I'd hate to survive Elden Grove merely to die in the open. Inzalaya, that's a well-reasoned response. As for myself, again, not saying I would ever do this, but I think a simple, sudden electrical bolt would serve my purposes admirably. I agree about the danger of brigands, but don't forget, we also have a potion of healing. I could easily slay you and heal myself to full capacity. Malvasian, very true. It would end up a question then, whose spell was more effective at that instant? If our spells counteracted one another, and I leached your life energy only to be crippled by your lightning bolt, then we could both be killed. Or so near death that a mere potion of healing would scarcely help either one of us, let alone both. How ironic it would be if two scheming battle mages, not saying we are scheming, but for the purpose of this intellectual exercise, were left on the brink of death, completely drained of magicka, with one healing potion to choose from. Who would get it then? Inzalaya, logically, whoever drank it first, which in this case would be you, since you're holding it. Now, what if one of us were injured, but not killed? Malvasian, logic would dictate that a scheming battle mage would take the potion, leaving the injured party to the mercy of the elements, I suppose. Inzalaya, that does seem most sensible, but suppose that the battle mages, well, certainly scheming types, had a certain respect for one another. Perhaps in that case, the victorious one might, for instance, put the potion up a tree near his or her gravely wounded victim, that when the wounded party had enough magicka replenished, he or she would be able to levitate to the tree branches and recover the potion. By that time, the victorious battle mage would have already collected the reward. They paused for a minute at the sound of something in the bushes nearby. Carefully, they climbed across the branches of a tree to bypass it. Malvasian, I understand what you're saying, but it seems out of character for our hypothetical scheming battle age to allow his or her victim to live. Inzalaya, perhaps, but it's been my observation that most scheming battle mages enjoy the feeling of having bested someone in combat and having that person alive to live with the humiliation. Malvasian, these hypothetical scheming battle ages sound daylight. Do you see it? The two scurry across a branch, dropping behind a bush, so we can no longer see them. We can, however, see the shimmering halo of sunlight. Malvasian, behind the tall bush, we made it. Inzalaya, likewise behind the tall bush. Indeed. There is a sudden explosion of of electrical energy and a wild, howling aura of red light, and then silence. After a few moments' pause, we hear someone climbing up the tree. It is Malvation, putting the potion high up in the bough. He chuckles as he climbs back down, and the curtain drops. Epilogue. The curtain rises on a road to Sylvanar. A gang of bandits have surrounded Malvasian, who is propped up on his staff, barely able to stand. They pull his chest away from him with ease. Bandit number 1. What have we got here? Don't you know it ain't safe to be out here on the road all sick like you are? Why don't we help you with your load? Malvasian, weakly. Please, let me be. Bandit number 2. Go on, spellcaster, fight us for it. Malvasian, I can't. Too weak. Suddenly, Inzalaya flies in, casting lightning bolts from her fingers at the bandits, who quickly scramble away. She lands on the ground and picks up the chest. Malvasian collapses, dying. Malvasian. Hypothetically, what if a battle mage cast a spell on another which didn't harm him at once, but drained his life force and his magicka, bit by bit, so he wouldn't know at the time, but feel confident enough to leave the potion of healing behind? Inzalaya, a most treacherous battle mage she'd be. Malvation, and, hypothetically, would she be likely to help her fallen foe, so that she could enjoy the humiliation of him continuing to live? Inzalaya. From my experience, hypothetically, no. She doesn't sound like a fool. As Inzalaya lugs the chest off towards Sylvanar, and Malvation expires on the stage, we drop the curtain. Yeah. It was gonna be a long 11 hours. I'll make it, but it was gonna be a long 11 hours. Yeah, it's probably a bit better. Alright. What should I read next? Sure. A Dream of Sovngarde. In a few hours I will likely be dead. My men and I, Nords of Skyrim all, will soon join with the Emperor's legions to attack the Imperial City. The Eldmeri are entrenched within, and our losses will be severe. It is a desperate gambit, for if we do not reclaim the city, we will lose the war. Whoops, sorry, too soon. Last night, I prayed to mighty Talos for courage and strength in the battle to come. In these last cold hours before the sun rises, I sit down to write this account of a dream I had not long after. I believe this dream was the answer to my prayers, and I would pass along the wisdom it contained to my kinsmen, for the battles they will fight in the years after my passing. In the dream, I walked through the mist toward the sound of laughter, merriment, and the songs of the north. The mists soon cleared, and before me lay a great chasm. Waters thundered over its brim, and so deep it was I could not see the bottom. A great bridge made all of whalebone was the only means to cross, and so I took it. It was only a few steps onto the bridge that I encountered a warrior, grim and strong. "I am soon master of trials," he said to me, his voice booming and echoing upon the walls of the high mountains all around us. With a wave, he bade me pass on. I knew in my heart I was granted passage only because I was a visitor. Should the hour come when I return here after my mortal life, the legends say that I must best this dread warrior in single combat. Beyond the bridge, a great stone longhouse rose up before me, so tall as to nearly touch the clouds. Though it took all my strength, I pushed open the towering oaken door and beheld the torch-lit feast hall. Here were assembled the greatest heroes of the Nords, all drinking mead poured from great kegs and singing battle songs. Suckling pigs turned on a long iron spit over a roaring fire. My mouth watered at the smell of roast meat, and my heart was glad to hear the songs of old. "Come forth!" cried a hoary man who sat upon a high wooden chair. This I knew to be Ysgramor, father of Skyrim and the Nords. I approached and knelt before him. "You find yourself in Sovngarde, Hall of the Honored Dead. Now, what would you have of me, son of the North?" he bellowed. "I seek counsel," said I, "for tomorrow we fight a desperate battle, and my heart is full of fear." Ysgramor raised his tankard to his lips and drank until the cup was empty. Then he spoke once more. "Remember this always, son of the North. A Nord is judged not by the manner in which he lived, but the manner in which he died." With that, he cast aside his flagon, raised his fist in the air, and roared a great cheer. The other heroes rose to their feet and cheered in answer. The song still rang in my ears when I awoke. I gathered my men and told them of my vision. The words seemed to fill their hearts with courage. The horns are blowing and the banners are raised. The time has come to muster. May Talos grant us victory this day. And if I am found worthy, may I once again look upon that great feast hall. Skardan Freewinter. Enjoy the view while I take another drink break. Goodbye, tea. shall I read next? Yeah, let's do these two. Bone, Part 1, by Tavi Dromio. It seems to me, said Garaz, thoughtfully looking into the depths of his flint, that all great ideas come from pure happenstance. Take, for instance, the story I told you last night about my cousin. If he hadn't fallen off that horse, he never would have become one of the Empire's foremost alchemists. It was late one Midas night at the King's Ham, and the regulars were always especially inclined toward philosophy. I disagree, replied Xiomara, firmly but politely. Great ideas and inventions are most often formed slowly over time by diligence and hard work. If you recall my tale from last month, the young lady, who I assure you is based on a real person, only recognized her one true love after she had slept with practically everyone in North Point. I put it to you that neither is the case, said Halgerd, pouring a topper on his mug of grief. The greatest inventions are created by extraordinary need. Must I remind you of the story I told some time ago about Arsilk On and the invention of bone mold? The problem with your theory is that your example is entirely fictional, sniffed Xiomara. I don't believe I remember the story of Arslik On and the invention of bone mold, frowned Garaz. Are you sure you told us? Well, this happened many years ago, when Vardenfell was a beauteous green land, when Dunmer were Keimer, and Dwemer and Nord lived together in relative peace, when they weren't trying to kill one another. Algerd relaxed in his chair, warming to his theme, when the sun and moons all hung in the sky together. Lord, Mother, and Wizard, grumbled Xiomara, if I'm going to be forced to hear your ridiculous story again, pray don't embellish and make it any longer than it has to be. This all happened in Vardenfell quite some time ago, said Halgerd, ignoring Xiomara's interruption with admirable restraint. During an era of a king you would never have heard of. Arslik On was one of this king's nobles, and a very, very disagreeable fellow. Because of his allegiance to the crown, the king had felt the need to grant him a castle and land, but he didn't necessarily want him as a neighbor. So the land he granted was far from civilization, right in an area of Vardenfell that is, even today, not quite civilized to this day. Arslik On built a walled stronghold and settled down with his unhappy slaves to enjoy a quiet, if somewhat grim, life. It was not long before his stronghold's integrity was tested. A tribe of cannibalistic Nords had been living in the valley for some time, mostly dining on one another, but occasionally foraging what they liked to call dark meat. The Dunmer. Xiomara laughed with appreciation. Marvelous. I don't remember that from before. It's funny how you don't hear much about the Nord's rampant cannibalism nowadays. This was obviously, as I've said, quite some time ago, said Halgird, glaring at part of his audience with civil malevolence, and things were in many ways quite different. These cannibalistic Nords began attacking Arslik On's slaves in the fields, and then they slowly grew bolder until they held the very stronghold itself under siege. They were quite a fearsome sight, you can imagine. A horde of wild-eyed men and women with dagger-like teeth filed to tear flesh, wielding massive clubs cloaked only in the skins of their victims. Arslik On assumed that if he ignored them, they'd go away. Unfortunately, the first things that the Nords did was to poison the stream that carried water into the walled stronghold. All of the livestock and most of the slaves died very quickly before this was discovered. There was no hope of rescue, at least for several months, when the king's emissaries would reluctantly visit that disagreeable vassal. The next closest source of water was on the other side of the hill, so Arslik On sent 3 of his slaves with empty jugs to bring some back. They were beaten with clubs and eaten before they were a few feet outside the stronghold gates. The next group he sent through, he gave sticks to defend themselves. They made it a few feet further, but were also overwhelmed, beaten, and devoured. It was obvious that a better personal defensive was required. Arslik On went to talk to his armorer, one of his few slaves with specific talents and duties. The slaves need armor if they're going to make it to the river and back, he said. Collect every scrap of steel and iron you can find, every hinge, knife, ring, cup, everything that isn't needed to keep the walls sturdy. Smelt it and give me the most and best armor you can very, very quickly. The armor, whose name was Gorkith, was used to Arslik's demands and knew that there could be no compromise on the quality and quantity of the armor, or the speed at which he worked. He labored for 30 hours without a break, and recall without any water, to slake his thirst as he struggled with the kiln and anvil, until finally he had 6 suits of mixed metal armor. 6 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor and set with jars to collect river water. At first the mission progressed well. The Nord attacked the armored slaves with their clubs, but they continued their march forward, warding off the blows. Gradually, however, the slaves seemed to be walking uncertainly, dazed by the endless barrage. Eventually, one by one, they fell. The armor was peeled from their bodies, and they were eaten. The slaves couldn't move quickly enough in that heavy armor you made. I need you to collect up all of the cadavers of the poisoned livestock, strip their skin, and give me the most and best leather armor you can very, very quickly. Gorklith did as he was told, though it was a particularly repulsive task given the rancid state of the livestock. Normally it takes quite a time to treat and cure leather. So I understand. But Gorklith worked at it tirelessly, and in half a day had 12 suits of leather armor. 12 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor and sent with jars to collect river water. They progressed, at first, much better than the earlier expedition. 2 fell almost immediately, but the others had some luck outmaneuvering their assailants while deflecting an occasional blow of the club. Several got to the river, 3 were able to fill up their jars, and 1 fellow very nearly made it back to the stronghold gates. Alas, he fell and was eaten. The Nords possessed a remarkably healthy appetite. "What we need before I completely run out of slaves," said Arslick-Own thoughtfully to Gorkith, "is an armor sturdier than leather, but lighter than metal." The armor had already considered that and taken stock of the materials available. He had thought about doing something with stone or wood, but there were practical problems with demolishing more of the stronghold. The next most prevalent stuff present in the stronghold was skinned dead bodies, hunks of muscle, fat, blood, and bone. For 6 hours he toiled relentlessly until he produced 18 suits of bone mold, the first ones ever created. Arslick-Own was somewhat dubious at the sight and smell, but he was very thirsty and willing to sacrifice another 18 slaves if necessary. "Might I suggest," Gorklith queried tremulously, "having the slaves practice moving about in the armor here in the courtyard before sending them to face the Nords?" Arslick-Own coolly allowed it, and for a few hours the slaves wandered about the stronghold courtyard in their suits of bone mold. They grew used to the give of the joints, the rigidity of the backplate, and the weight pushed onto their shoulders and hips. They discovered how to plant their feet slightly askew to keep their balance steady, how to quickly turn, pivoting without falling down, how to break into a run and stop quickly. By the time they were sent out of the castle gates, they were easily, very nearly, almost amateurs in the use of their medium-weight armor. 17 of them were killed and eaten, but 1 made it back with a jar of water. "It's perfect nonsense," said Xiomara, "but my point is still valid even so. Like all great inventors, even in fiction, the armor worked diligently to create the bone mold." "I think there was a good amount of happenstance as well," frowned Garaz, "but it is an appalling story. I wish you hadn't told me." "If you think that's appalling," grinned Halgerd, "you should hear what happened next." I'll tell you in just a minute. Boop. Part 2. Alright. By Tavi Dromio. "What do you mean the story gets more appalling?" Garaz was incredulous. How in Boethiah's name could it get more appalling? It's a ruse, Xiomara scoffed, ordering 2 more mugs of grief and a glass of Flynn for Geras. How much worse can a tale get which prominently features cannibalism, abuse of slaves, and the regular placement of rotting animal carcasses? Don't you dare me, growled Halgerd, annoyed by his listener's lack of appreciation for his prose styling. Remind me where we were. Arslicon is the owner of a stronghold under siege by savage, cannibalistic Nords, said Xiomara, keeping a straight face. After a lot of deaths and several unsuccessful attempts to get water, he had his armorer, with the unlikely name of Gorkith, outfit his slaves with the first ever bone mold armor. One of them finally makes it back with some water. It was only 1 jar full of water, said Helgerd, pulling back in his chair and continuing the tale. And Arslicon drank most of it, passing the remains to his dear armor Gorkith, and the last dribbles to the few dozen slaves who still lived. It was hardly enough to sustain health and well-being. Another expedition was necessary, but they had only 1 suit of bone mold left, as there was only 1 survivor of the trip. 1 out of 18 slaves made it through the gauntlet of Nords wearing that marvelous bone mold armor of yours, said Arslicon to Gorkith, and 1 can truly only carry back enough water for 1. Therefore, mathematically, as we have, counting you and me, 56 remaining people at the stronghold, we need armor for 54. Since we already have 1, you only need to make 53 to make the total. That way, 3 will make it back with enough water for you, me, and who's ever in the best condition to partake. I don't know what we'll do after that, but if we wait, we won't have enough slaves to fetch even a couple days' worth of water. I understand, whimpered Gorkith, but how am I going to make the armor? I used all of the livestock bones to make the first batch of bone mold. Arslicon gave an order which Gorkith fearfully complied with. In 18 hours. What do you mean Arslicon gave an order which Gorkith fearfully complied with? Asked Xiomara. What was the order? All will be clear, smiled Halgerd. I have to choose what to reveal and what to conceal. Such is the way of the tale-teller. In 18 hours, Gorkith had 53 suits of bone meal, said Halgerd, continuing, not really minding the interruption. Prepared for the slaves. Without prompting, he ordered the slaves to practice using the armor, and even allowed them more training time than their predecessors. They not only learned how to move and stop quickly in the bone mold, but how to adjust their peripheral vision to see a blow before it came, and how to sway to dodge, and where the sturdiest reinforcement points on the armor, the center of the chest and the abdomen, and how to position themselves to take blows there against their natural instincts. The slaves even had time for a mock battle before being sent out among the cannibals. The slaves handled themselves admirably. Very few, just 15 slaves, were killed and eaten outright. Only 10 were killed and eaten when they reached the river. That was when things did not go according to Arslic-Own's plans. 21 slaves with jars of water took off for the hills. Only 8 returned to the castle, largely because they were blocked by the cannibal Nords. It was a larger percentage than he had anticipated surviving, but Arslic-Own felt righteous indignation at the paucity of loyalty. "Are you absolutely certain you wouldn't rather flee?" he hollered from the battlements. Finally, he allowed the survivors in. 3 had been killed waiting for the gate to open. 2 more died almost upon stepping into the courtyard. 1 was delirious, walking around in circles, laughing and dancing before suddenly collapsing. That meant 5 jars of water for 4 people, the 2 surviving slaves, Arslic-Own and Gorkith. As the lord of the manor, Arslic-Own took the extra jar, but he was democratic with the others. "You are quite correct," frowned Goraz. "This story is getting more and more appalling." "Just wait," smiled Halgerd. The next morning, Halgerd continued, Arslic-Own awoke to a perfectly still and quiet stronghold. There was no murmuring in the corridors, no sound of hard labor in the courtyard. He dressed and surveyed the scene. It appeared that the fortress was utterly deserted. Arslic-Own walked down to the armorer's quarters, but the door was locked. "Open up," said Arslic-Own patiently. "We need to speak." 30 out of 54 slaves successfully made it to the river and gathered water. Admittedly, some then fled, and a couple didn't survive because I needed to correct their fickleness. But mathematically, that's a 55% survival rate. If you and I and the 2 remaining slaves made the next run to the river, we too should survive. "Zillion and Gallo left last night with their armor," cried Gorklith through the door. "Who are Zillion and Gallo?" "The 2 remaining slaves. They don't remain anymore." "Well, that's vexing," said Arslic-Own. "Still, we must continue on. Mathematically." "I heard something last night," whimpered Gorklith in a funny voice. "Like footsteps, only different. And they were moving through the walls. And there were voices, too. They sounded strange, like they couldn't move their jaws very well. But I knew one." Arslic-Own sighed, humoring his poor armor. "And who was it?" "Ponik." "And who is Ponik?" "One of the slaves that died when the Nords poisoned our water. One of the many, many slaves that died, and we made use of. He was always a nice, uncomplaining fellow. That's why I noticed his voice above all of the others." Gorklith began to sob. I understood what he was saying. "Which was what?" asked Arslic-Own with a sigh. "Give me back my bones," Gorklith's voice shrieked. There was silence for a moment, and then more hysterical sobbing. "I saw that coming," laughed Xiomara. "There was nothing more to be done with the armorer for the time being," said Halgerd, a trifle annoyed at the regular interruptions. So Arslic-Own stripped one of the dead slaves of his suit of bone mold and put it on. He practiced in the courtyard, impressing himself with his natural comfortability with medium-weight armor. For hours he boxed, feinted, dodged, sprinted, skipped, jumped, and generally cavorted about. When he felt tired, he retired to the shade and took a nap. The sound of the king's trumpet woke him with a start. Night had fallen, and for a moment he thought he had been dreaming. Then the alarms sounded again, far in the distance, but clear. Arslicone leapt to his feet and ran to the ramparts. Several miles away he could see the emissaries and their vast and well-armed escort approach. They were there early. The cannibal Nords below looked at one another with consternation. Savages they may be, but they knew when a superior force was approaching. Arslicone joyously dashed down the stairs to Gorklith's chamber. The door was still locked. He beat on it, cajoling, demanding, threatening. Finally, he found a key, one of the few scraps of metal that had not been smelted days before. Gorklith appeared to be sleeping, but as Arslicone approached, he noticed that the armorer's mouth and eyes were wide open, and his arms were folded unnaturally behind his back. On closer inspection, the armorer was obviously dead. What's more, his face and whole body were sunken, like an empty pig's bladder. Something moved through the walls, like a footfall, only squishy. Arslicone expertly and gracefully turned to face it, completely in balance. At first it seemed like nothing more than a bubble, expanding through one of the cracks in the stone. As more of the flesh-colored, gelatinous matter emerged, it more clearly resembled part of a face. A flaccid, almost shapeless face, with a low brow and a slack, toothless jaw. The rest of the body oozed out of the crack, a soft bag of muscle and blood. Behind Arslicone and to the side, there was more movement, more slaves, welling up through the cracks in the stone. They were all around him, reaching out. "Give us," moaned Ponik, his tongue rolling about his hanging jaw. "Give us back our bones." Arslicone began to rip off his bone mold, throwing it to the floor. 100 figures, more, pooled into the small chamber. That's not enough. The cannibals had cleared away by the time the king's emissaries arrived at Arslicone's gates. They had not been looking forward to this visit. It was best, they thought philosophically, to begin with the worst of the king's noblemen, so to end their trip well. They sounded the alarm once again, but the gates did not open. There was no sound from Arslicone's stronghold. It took a few hours to gain access. If the emissaries had not brought a professional acrobat with them for entertainment, it might have taken longer. The place seemed to be abandoned. They searched every room until finally they came to the armorer's. There they found the master of the manor, folded neatly, legs behind his head, arms behind the legs, like a fine gown, not a bone in his body. "The first part of your story was complete nonsense," cried Xiomara. "But now it doesn't hold true on any level. How could bone mold be made again if the armorer who invented it died before he could tell anyone how he did it?" "I said that this was the first time it was created, not the first time people learned the craft." "And when did someone else first teach someone else the craft?" asked Guares. "That, my friends," replied Helgerd with a sinister smile, "is a tale for another night." It looks like we don't get that tale. It's a shame. I'd rather like it. Okay. I need to grab a snack. Be right back. Ouch. Alright. We can do this. We can do this. Trail mix. Thank you. What I'm wearing there are the Nocturnal's robes. I have a mod that makes them craftable and wearable. Alright, what should we do next? I don't know what this one is, but it's probably good. Interviews with Tapestris, Volume 18. Sherine's Heart of Anaquina by Levilius Paris, professor at the Imperial University. Contemporary with Makwamat Lucine, interviewed in volume 17 of this series, is the Khajiit Shirim, whose tapestries have been hailed as masterpieces all over the empire for nigh on 30 years now. His 4 factories, located throughout elsewhere, make reproductions of his work. But his original tapestries command stellar prices. The emperor himself owns 10 Shirim tapestries, and his representatives are currently negotiating the sale of 5 more. The muted use of color, contrasted with the luminous skin tones of Shirim's subjects, is a marked contrast with the old style of tapestry. The subjects of his work in recent years have been fabulous tales of the ancient past, the gods meeting to discuss the formation of the world, the chimera following the prophet Veloth into Morrowind, the wild elves battling Morahouse and his legions at the White Gold Tower. His earliest designs dealt with more contemporary subjects. I had the opportunity to discuss with him one of his first masterpieces, the Heart of Anaquina, at his villa at Orccrest. The Heart of Anaquina presents a historic battle of the 5-year war between Elsewhere and Valenwood, which raged from the Third Era 394 or 395, depending on what one considers to be the beginning of the war, until the Third Era 399. In most fair accounts, the war lasted 4 years and 9 months, but artistic license from the great epic poets added an additional 3 months to the deal. The actual details of the battle itself, as interpreted by Shirim, are explicit. The faces of 120 wood elf archers can be differentiated from one the other, each registering fear at the approach of the Khajiit army. The hauberks catch the dim light of the sun. The menacing shadows of the Elsewhere battle cats loom on the hills, every muscle strained, ready to pounce on command. It is not surprising that he got all of the details right, because Shirim was in the midst of it as a Khajiit foot soldier. Every minute part of the Khajiit traditional armor can be seen in the soldiers in the foreground. The embroidered edging and striped patterns on the tunics, each lacquered plate on loose-fitting leather in the Elsewhere style, the helmets of cloth and fluted silver. Shirim does not understand the point of plate mail, said Shirim. It is hot, for one, like being both burned and buried alive. Shirim wore it at the insistence of our Nord advisors during the Battle of Zillinen, and Shirim couldn't even turn to see what my fellow Khajiit were doing. Shirim did some sketches for a tapestry of the Battle of Zillinen, but Shirim finds that to make it realistic, the figures come out very mechanical, like iron golems or Dwemer centurions. Knowing our Khajiit commanders, Shirim would not be surprised if giving up the heavy plate was more aesthetic than practical. Elsewhere lost the Battle of Zilnin, didn't she? Yes, but Elsewhere won the war, starting at the next battle, the heart of Anaquina, said Shiram with a smile. The tide turned as soon as we Khajiit sent our Nordic advisors back to Solitude. We had to get rid of all of the heavy armor they brought to us and find enough traditional armor our troops felt comfortable wearing. Obviously, the principal advantage of the traditional armor was that we could move easily in it, as you can see from the natural stances of the soldiers in the tapestry. Now, if you look at this poor, perforated Catherad, who just keeps battling on in the bottom background, you will see the other advantage. It seems strange to say, but one of the best features of the traditional armor is that an arrow will either deflect completely or pass all the way through. An arrowhead is like a hook, made to stick where it strikes if it doesn't pass through. A soldier in traditional armor will find himself with a hole in his body and the bolt on the other side. Our healers can fix such a wound easily if it isn't fatal, but if the arrow still remains in the armor, as it does with the heavier armor, the wound will be reopened every time the fellow moves, unless the Khajiit strips off the armor and pulls out the arrow, which is what we had to do at the Battle of Zilnin, a difficult and time-consuming process in the heat of battle, to say the least. I asked him next, is there a self-portrait in the battle? Yes, Shiram said with another grin. You see the small figure of the Khajiit stealing the rings off the dead wood elf? His back is facing you, but he has a brown and orange striped tail like Shiram's. Shiram does not say that all stereotypes about Khajiit are fair, but Shiram must sometimes acknowledge them. A self-depreciating style in self-portraiture is also evident in the tapestries of Ranulf Hulk, the next artist interviewed in volume 19 of the series. That was fun. Sorry, I need to take breaks in between every book. This is kind of like running a marathon. Okay. What should I read next? Fall from Glory by Nithilis Lidari. The Thieves' Guild of Skyrim is something of an enigma. Within the last few decades, their order has gone from one of the largest, most influential criminal organizations in all of Tamriel to a small group of stragglers barely able to wreak havoc in their home city of Riften. Although evidence that could explain this rapid decline has never surfaced, speculation has run rampant. One theory holds that the guild suffered a loss. That is strongly believed that their guild master was slain by one of their own. This guild master, known only as Gallus, maintained strong ties with many of the influential families in Skyrim. When he perished, those bonds perished with him. Without these bonds, the guild could no longer safely operate within Skyrim's holds. A second theory suggests that the guild is experiencing some sort of mystical curse. Excuse me. Causing normal activities for its members to become exceedingly difficult. Sorry. While there is no solid evidence to support this theory, the last 2 decades have seen an unusual rise in failed attempts by the guild to execute highly lucrative heists. Reasons for the presence of this supposed curse is being attributed from anything from the aforementioned murder to divine interference. In order to solve this mystery once and for all, I've spent the last 2 years infiltrating the Thieves' Guild. Initially, making contact with them in Riften proved difficult, as they're quite wary of outsiders. But through repeated efforts, I was able to gain their confidence. It's my hope that once I've gained access to some of the guild leadership, I can learn more about their decline and publish a second volume of my work. Although helping the guild perform their petty crimes brands me as a criminal, I feel that is a burden worthy of bearing. The mystery of the Thieves' Guild fall from power needs to be solved once and for all, as a matter of record and as a footnote to Skyrim's history. That was short, so let's mostly go straight on. Father of the Nibbin, translated and with commentary by Florin Jalil. Introduction. Writing the biography of anyone is a challenge. Usually, the problem lies in assessing one's sources, comparing the prejudices of one chronicle against another. Wyjin Jarth, I have been told, in writing his well-regarded series on the Wolf Queen of Solitude, used over 100 contemporary narratives. I cannot complain about my task having a similar issue. There is but one record of the man called Topal the Pilot, the earliest known Aldmer explorer of Tamriel. Only 4 short verse fragments of the epic Father of the Niben have survived the present day, but they offer an interesting, if controversial, look at the Middle Merethic era, when Topal the Pilot may have sailed the seas around Tamriel. Though Father of the Niben is the only written record of Topal the Pilot's voyages, excuse me again, it is not the only proof of his existence. Among the treasures of the great crystal tower of Somerset Isle are his crude but fascinating maps, his legacy to all Tamriel. The translation of the Aldmeri Udhedra Nibenu, Father of the Niben, is my own, and I accept that other scholars may disagree with some of my choice of words. I cannot promise my translation lives up to the beauty of the original. I have only strived for simple coherence. Fragment 1. Second ship, the Pasquinial, manned by pilot Elio, was to follow the southern pointing waystone, and the third, the Niben, manned by pilot Topal, was to follow the northeast pointing waystone. The orders from the Crystal Tower, they were to sail forth for 80 moons and then return to Tel. Only Niben returned to First Hold, laden high with gold and spice and fur and strange creatures, dead and alive. Though, alas, poor Elon Fe Topal never found he, told the tales of the lands he had visited to all, the wonderment of all. For 66 days and nights he sailed over crashing waves of dire intent, past whirlpools, through mists that burned like fire, until he reached the mouth of a great bay, and he landed on a sun-kissed meadow of gentle dells. As he and his men rested there, came a fearsome howl, and hideous orcs streamed forth from the murky glen, cannibal teeth clotted with gore. For centuries, strange crystalline balls were unearthed at the sites of ancient Altmer shipwrecks and docks, peculiar artifacts of the Merethic era, the Merethic and Dawn eras, that puzzled archaeologists until it was demonstrated that each had a tendency to rotate on its axis in a specific direction. There were 3 varieties, one that pointed southward, one that pointed northeast, and one that pointed northwest. It is not understood how they work, but they seemed attuned to particular lines of power. These are the waystones of the fragment, which each of the pilots used to point their craft in the direction they were assigned to go. A ship with a name not mentioned in the fragment took his vessel northwest towards Thras and Yokuda. The Pasquinial took the southern waystone and must have sailed down toward Pionedia. Topal and his northeast waystone found the mainland of Tamriel. It is clear from this fragment what the 3 ships were assigned to do. find a passage back to Old Elonfe, so that the Aldmer now living in Somerset could learn what became of their old homeland. As this book is intended to be a study of Topal the pilot, there is scarcely room to dedicate the different theories of Aldemari exodus from Elonfe. If I were using this poem as my only source, I would have to agree with the scholars who believe that in the tradition that several ships left Old Elonfe and were caught in a storm. Those who survived found their way to Somerset Isle, but without their waystones they did not know what direction their homeland was. After all, what other explanation is there for 3 ships heading in 3 opposite directions to find a place? Naturally, only one of the ships returned, and we do not know if either or both of the other 2 found Old Elonfe or perished at sea or at the hands of the ancient Pyandonians, Slode, or Yokudans. I must assume, unless we think the Aldmer particularly idiotic, that at least one of them must have been pointing in the right direction. It might well have even been Topal, and he simply did not go northeast far enough. So Topal, first setting sail from Firsthold, heads northeast, which coincidentally is the longest one can travel along the Abyssinian Sea without striking land of any kind. Had he traveled straight east, he would have struck the mainland somewhere in what is now the Colovian west of Cyrodiil in a few weeks. Had he traveled southeast, he might have reached the hump of Valenwood in a few days. But our pilot, judging by his own and our modern maps, sailed in a straight line northeast through the Abyssinian Sea and into the Iliac Bay before touching ground somewhere near present-day Anticlere in 2 months' time. The rolling verdant hills of southern High Rock are unmistakable in this verse, recognizable to anyone who has been there. The question, of course, is what is to be made of this apparent reference to orcs occupying the region. Tradition has it that the orcs were not born until after the Aldmer had settled the mainland, that they sprang up as a distinct race following the famous battle between Trinamach and Boethia at the time of Resdayn. It is possible that tradition is wrong. Perhaps the orcs were an aboriginal tribe predating